of our national anthem. Please do me a favor as we all stand to take the national anthem.
But in brotherhood we stand, by gentle and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
Thank you so much. Please do have your seat. I want to beg the technical team to please give me enough volume. This microphone is not speaking, is not loud enough. Please help me with more volume as we begin now. Once again, I'd like to welcome all of us to this day. We'd like to do a few recognitions of our leaders here present and our guest speakers. We'll have with us let me first recognize the presence of the President and Chairman of Council, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Gabriel Idauza, FCA. Let's put hands together for the President. Thank you, sir. Thank you for showing up today. We also have with us this morning Engineer Deba Babatunde Adereti. He is a Director, Oil and Gas Department at Lagos. He is representing Mr. Biodun Ogunleye, Honorable Commissioner, Lagos State Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Let's put hands together for Engineer Deba. Thank you, sir. Thank you for good representation today. We have also with us this morning, you also agree with me, what a man can do. I believe women can do much, much better. To us, I mean, with us this morning is, even though on the note, I have it as chairman, I won't refer to her as chairman because she's not a man. Chairperson of the SCCI LPG and Downstream Natural Gas Group, Ms. Jacqueline Addy. Hands together for her, please. Thank you, man. Thank you for leading us. I want to believe a brand new chairperson, very well here today. I'm also told that we have, sometimes when this handwritten note, you're wondering what it means, but I'll try as much as possible to pronounce what I see. Mr. Tosin Thompson, MD Masovet, is it Masovet Limited? Let's put down together for Mr. Tosin Thompson. Is it in? Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Mrs. Ogona Oyem Melikwe, right? Regional CNG Expansion Coordinator, PICNG. Is she in? Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Permit me to just say Mrs. Ogona. The way this handwriting is very funny. Thank you. Engineer Duru Aloy is the Director of Engineering and Operations, Power Gas. Is she in? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, engineer. We met somewhere, right? Thank you. Mr. Oluwashola Kanwo, MD Flourish, Nigerian Limited. Thank you, sir. Mr. Kanwo, thank you. Thank you. Femi, please. This handwriting is giving me concern. Next is Mr. I can't get this. Gupta, MD Fuel Body, right? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Emeka Hieme, LCCI LPG Downstream Natural Gas Group Deputy Chair. Mr. Emeka, thank you, sir. You can see Oga Emeka is fully dressed. Thank you. All right, please permit me to move very fast. We get to get a welcome remarks from our chairperson. From there, we move in. She needs to tell us why we're here today and our welcome note. Put your hand together for Ms. Hardy for our welcome remarks. It's only my president that is clapping, just the president alone. So that the president doesn't sack me tomorrow. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, our president, good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this CNG workshop organized by the LPG and Downstream Natural Gas Group of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Today's gathering represents an important moment for our industry, an opportunity to highlight the vital role of CNG, that's compressed natural gas, in Nigeria's evolving energy ecosystem, and to engage in meaningful discussions on where we go from here. As we know, compressed natural gas is a cleaner, more efficient, and more sustainable energy source that aligns with global and national goals to reduce carbon emissions and promote responsible energy use. As the world moves towards cleaner alternatives, Nigeria must continue to embrace CNG as part of its broader energy transition, not just as an option, but as a strategic necessity for sustainable growth. The potential impacts, opportunities, and benefits of CNG adoption are significant and cut across environmental benefits, economic impact, and energy security for Nigeria. The success of CNG adoption depends on the strength of our collaborations between government agencies, regulators, industry operators, and the private sector. That's us in this room today. We have to create the platform for dialogue, learning, and collaboration. It is through our partnerships that we can accelerate CNG's development and integration into our national energy framework. As we convene today, let's take this as a call to action to identify practical steps, policy pathways, and investment opportunities that will move the CNG agenda forward. This workshop is not just about highlighting potential, it's about shaping the roadmap that will make CNG adoption a widespread reality across Nigeria's transport, industrial, and domestic sectors. It's with pleasure that we commence this and we open up the CNG workshop, and we pray that the insights shared today inspire tangible outcomes that will advance the CNG industry and strengthen Nigeria's energy future. Before I go, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to all the partners, sponsors, and participants whose commitment and support has made this event possible. Together, let us continue to drive innovation, sustainability, and growth in Nigeria's sectors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Hadi. Thank you, man, for telling us why we're here and what we need to do. Okay, just before we dive into what we have today, as we could see on the program of event, we have about 3 panel sessions. That tells you that today promises to be a very detailed day. All right, just before we move to what is next, I'd like for us to have our president and chairman of council talk to us, making his opening remarks. Please put your hands together for my president, Mr. Gabriel Idahosa, FCA, for his opening remarks.
The Honorable Commissioner, Lagos State Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Mr. Biondi Ogunle here, is ably represented today by Engineer Adebayo Adereti. I want to thank you, Engineer Adebayo, for bringing the government to this event. It's extremely important for us to have the government in the room when this major policy advocacy issue is being addressed. Our host chairperson, leaders of the industry, as I came into the room, I saw it was very reassuring to find leaders of the industry in the room, from the NIPCOs, the gas servants, particularly PICNG, the government agency that is driving all of this. This is the purpose of this kind of conversation, to have the players and then the government in the room, so that this would make meaning that we are not just talking to ourselves as industry players, but as government. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this strategic workshop, and I thank you all for being here. Your presence is a powerful statement that you share our conviction in LCCI that Nigeria's future energy and economic potential lies in unlocking its natural gas resources. For many years, many of us were outside the oil and gas industry, I've always been told that we are a gas territory, that Nigeria is a gas territory. That's just a little crude oil sitting on top of what is really a gas territory. But that is all we knew about it. We didn't see the gas. It was always under the ground. And somehow we are beginning to see real action to get the gas out of the ground. And we are extremely, very happy that this is happening. And LCCI is very keen to play a very important part in this process. Our theme A to Z of CNG, unlocking Nigeria's natural gas potential for sustainable development, is deliberate. It challenges us to take a comprehensive view of CNG, not just the talk, but the whole value chain, from infrastructure to investments, from policy to innovation, from consumer education to after-sales support. We must address all of these areas if we are serious about the transformation that CNG can bring to the economy. Why CNG and why now? Nigeria is home to some of the world's largest natural gas reserves. Even for many people here, even as students in school, you are told that we have a lot of natural gas reserves in the ground. Yet our economy is under significant pressure from high fuel costs, rising logistic expenses, foreign exchange stress, environmental challenges, and heavy dependence on imports, including the gas that is under the ground. We have been importing gas in various forms for so many years. And it's only now that we are really beginning to address that strange phenomenon where you are importing something you have an abundance of. CNG is a practical solution. It is cleaner, it is cheaper, it is sustainable, and that's the beauty of it. Imagine the relief for businesses when transport costs fall, and really fall. When we compare, for those of us who are not in the industry, when we compare the cost of petrol to run a car and the cost of gas, we were amazed at the difference in prices. And so to imagine that real opportunity is there to bring a massive reduction in transport costs. And all we need to do is connect all the dots. So imagine SMEs accessing affordable energy. Imagine industries regaining competitiveness. And imagine households having a reliable alternative to expensive petrol. Colleagues, this is not just potential. That's another word that here in LCCI we want to see less of. We want to see less and less of potential and more of the real thing. Because Nigeria has been a country of potential. For the 40 years, Nigeria is potentially a rich country, potentially this, potentially that. So we want to move from potential to the real deal. It's a possibility that is waiting to be unlocked. At the LCCI, we are committed to more than conversations. We are committed to solutions. This is why we convene this workshop, to bring together stakeholders from government, from private sector, innovators, investors, and consumers. We know the opportunities, but we also need the bottlenecks, infrastructure gaps, regulatory uncertainties, financing challenges, and limited consumer awareness. Together, let us be honest about these issues and be bold in proposing ways to overcome them. Because if not us, then who will do it? And if not now, then when will it be done? The global energy transition is not optional. It is inevitable. The only question is, will Nigeria lead in this space of the gas transition in Africa, or will we lag behind? CNG gives us a chance to lead. It's a low-hanging fruit, scalable, sustainable, and suited to our realities. Consider this: for government, CNG adoption reduces subsidy pressures and enhances fiscal stability. For businesses, it lowers costs and improves competitiveness. For citizens, it means cleaner, more affordable energy. And for our environment, it reduces emissions and support our climate commitments. This we would call and agree is a win-win-win for everyone. So my call to action today is simple. Let us think boldly, share openly, and commit practically. Let us not leave this room with just good speeches and presentations. Let us move forward with roadmaps, partnerships, and commitments that drive real implementation. Therefore, this is more than a workshop. It is a platform for action. If we seize this opportunity, we can transform our energy landscape, strengthen our economy, and improve the daily lives of millions of Nigerians. I welcome you once again, and I look forward to the robust conversations ahead. Together, let us unlock Nigeria's natural gas potential for sustainable development. I thank you for your attention.
Join me once again to please put your hands together for my president. Thank you so much, sir. So, the president has charged us, and I believe we are charged to prepare for what we are going to explore today. But just before we move to various sessions, the panel sessions that we have today, so we'd like for our guest speaker, the Honorable Commissioner for Lagos State Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, ably represented by our engineer, Adedayo. So please talk to us as he makes his presentation. Put your hands together for engineer Adedayo, ably representing the commissioner. Please, let's clap for him, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, engineer.
Yes. Good morning. I bring greetings from my Honorable Commissioner, Mr. Abiodun Ogulaye, who is unavoidably absent because of pressing state matters. And I'll be taking the speech on his behalf, but before that, I want to appreciate the presence of the President, Mr. Idausa, and our host, and the Captain of Industries present, and my colleagues from the government and the media. Thank you very much. So I'll go on with my speech. It is a distinct honor to address you today at this critical forum, themed the A to Z of CNG, unlocking Nigeria's natural gas potential for sustainable development. This theme could not have come at a more crucial time. Across the world, energy is no longer a matter of convenience. It is the heartbeat of development, innovation, and national resilience. For Nigeria, a nation endowed with over 210.54 trillion cubic feet of proven natural gas reserves and an additional 600 trillion cubic feet in potential reserves. The conversation about CNG is just not about cleaner fuel. It is about redefining and our economic destiny. We see we have these reserves and the one that is the potential. And from research, we found out that there are we have produced about 5 trillion cubic feet of gas, natural gas, for over 2 years. That's just less than 3% exploitation of the proven reserve that we have on ground. Now, if you can harness a sizable fraction of this gas wealth efficiently, there will be possibilities of powering industries, creating millions of jobs, reducing emissions, and reposition Nigeria as the undisputed gas hub of Africa. Here in Lagos, we understand that sustainable energy is not an option. It is a necessity for prosperity. Energy drives commerce, mobility, education, healthcare, and industrial growth. That is why Lagos State government has mainstreamed energy transition within its briefing the Teams Plus agenda, which stands for transportation and traffic management, health and environment, education and technology, making Lagos a 21st century economy, entertainment, tourism, sports, security, and governance. Now, so within this framework, the ministry, that's our ministry, Energy and Mineral Resources, has been leading initiatives to expand natural gas utilization across multiple sectors. That is transportation, power generation, industrial heating, and domestic use, creating a unified, resilient, and inclusive energy ecosystems for Lagosians. So beyond CNG being the full spectrum of natural gas utilization, we focus, it is important to appreciate the broader context of the natural gas utilization, which includes LNG, which is for large-scale industrial export operations, and now supporting the Lagos Free Zone industries. Secondly, we have the liquefied petroleum gas that provides cleaner cooking energy for millions of households, reducing indoor air pollution and deforestation. Then thirdly, the gas-to-power projects, expanding reliable electricity through the independent power producers that runs on natural gas, powering hospitals, schools, and waterworks across Lagos. And fourthly, industrial gas applications serving as feedstock for fertilizers, petrochemicals, and manufacturing, and driving industrial self-reliance. So each of these gas utilizations contribute to the same goal, that is cleaner growth, diversified energy supply, and inclusive development. Now, so here the focus of our dialogue today is the A to Z of CNG. This focus captures perhaps the most immediate and practical pathway towards a sustainable energy transition for Nigeria. So CNG is logic. Like the president said, that CNG is a practical solution. It is logic, not luxury. It is cheaper than petrol. It is cleaner than diesel. It is safer than kerosene. It is the fuel that can power both our economic recovery and environmental responsibility. CNG offers a reliable bridge between fossil-based present and a renewable powered future. So for transportation, it reduces operation costs by 40%, extends engine life, and cuts urban air pollution drastically. For industries and SMEs, it ensures stable and affordable power for operations. Recognizing these advantages, Lagos State has designed and commenced the CNG installation, certification, and licensing accreditation framework with our sister agency, that is Ibile Oil and Gas, a comprehensive policy tool to drive structured adoption. Our objectives are fourfold. Firstly, reducing dependence on petrol and diesel. Secondly, lower greenhouse gas emissions and improve air quality. Thirdly, creating technical jobs through local conversion and maintenance. And lastly, ensuring operational safety and standardization through a digital regulatory framework. So this framework defines 3 licensing tiers for large-scale operators, mid-scale distributors, and local-level retrofitters, ensuring that everyone from the major investors to the community entrepreneurs has a place in this emerging value chain. So about the federal and state synergy, at the federal level, our work in Lagos State aligns with the Decade of Gas Initiative, which is from 2021 to 2030, and also the Presidential Gas Expansion Program and the PICNG, that's the Presidential CNG Initiative. These 3 national programs seek to accelerate natural gas adoption in transport, industry, and household, shifting Nigeria from an oil economy to a gas economy. Here in Lagos, we have localized these national visions into implementable action. The state is promoting CNG, refueling the corridors in Ojota, Lekki, Epe, and Badagry. Then supporting CNG-powered public transportation pilots in partnership with the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, that's Lamata, and working with Power Gas, Nipo Gas, and other investors to deploy modular refueling stations and mobile conversion units. So in addition, the Lekki Industrial Corridor and Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos Free Zone are fast becoming examples of integrated gas utilization where industries are powered entirely by natural gas and CNG engines. Now, so the CNG revolution is not only an environmental imperative, but also an economic enabler. It is projected to save Nigerians billions in annual fuel import costs and create hundreds of thousands of skilled and semi-skilled jobs in retrofitting, station management, logistics, and safety inspections. So for Lagosians, this transition means cleaner air, cheaper transportation, and better livelihoods. It also promotes energy independence, ensuring that local economies are not crippled by fluctuations in global oil prices. So Lagos is complementing these efforts with capacity building initiatives, training engineers and technicians on CNG vehicle conversion, power generation, and domestic operations. So through partnership with the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, we are also enabling access to financing for small businesses entering the gas value chain. So there's a call to shared vision. So the distinguished guest, this transition cannot succeed without collaboration. And as we all know, the SDG goal, the last goal, that's the goal 17, talks about partnership. Collaboration is very, very key. So a government set the vision, but the private sector builds the engine. Development partner provide capital, but our youth supply what? The innovation. So we must all see natural gas, especially CNG, not just as a fuel, but as a foundation of a new social contract, one that delivers cleaner cities, efficient industries, and dignified quality of life for our people. So as Lagos continues to lead with clarity, coordination, and courage, we reaffirm our commitment to partner with the federal government, industry stakeholders, and academia to build a future where energy is abundant, affordable, and sustainable. So together we will transform the country's natural gas potential into real economic power, industrial competitiveness, and environmental well-being. So thank you for your attention. So God bless Lagos State, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for good representation of Amiable, one of us, the Commissioner for Lagos State Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. One of us in-house here, Mr. Biodun Ogunleye. Thank you so much, sir, for doing the needful. We are supposed to have a tea break now, but I will urge that we continue. And I don't know. Thank you, sir. So I will encourage us to continue so that we will, maybe from each table, we can just go pick our tea and then come to sit down. Because if we are to go for a tea break now, that will mean a whole complete distortion of what we have. And the next thing we would like to do is very important. So please, at the servers, please get ready. We will have our men and women come to your table to pick their cups. All right. So we'd like to have the first panel session right now. And as our custom is, we will have question and answer after every panel session. So I will urge us to please, while the panel session is on, please get your question noted I'll come back to you thereafter to take your questions while our panelists will then answer where necessary. Also to mention that we have one of our core members going around with a survey. Is actually focused on the cost of doing business, and we deem it fit that as business owners ourselves is appropriate that we get your views and very objective view, I must confess, on the cost of doing business in Nigeria as of today. As such, will help us in one of the major projects the SCCI is handling right now. On that note, I'd like to bring for this session the moderator, the immediate past, the chairperson of the SCCI LPG and Downstream Natural Gas Group, and CEO of LPG in Nigeria. Put your hands together for my brother, Godwin Okoduwa. So, for the next few minutes, Godwin will be having his discussant. I mean, you know the way we do it, Godwin. Then they know their questions, then we'll eventually come to address the questions. So I hand it over to this session to you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol duly observed. I must greet my president and chairman of the council, DG, chairman of the LPG and Natural Gas Group, my fellow chairman of various sectorial group. I see you all and I greet you. And of course, audience and members of the press. So I'll just go straight to the issue at hand. We have barely 40 minutes to discuss the panel business case of CNG, assessing market viability and value creation for CNG in Nigeria. And in no particular order, I will call the discussant. We have Mr. Fola Akinola, CEO, FEMADEC Group. Please, with a warm round of applause, let's encourage him as he steps up. Good to see you, Mr. Fola. The next, Mr. Emeka Iheme, MD Gas Servant Limited, also Deputy Chairman. You can sit, have a seat, of the LPG and Natural Gas Sectoral Group. You're welcome, Emeka. Next, we have Mr. Ogbugo Oha, my boss, Executive Director, Distribution Streams, Systems, Storage and Retailing Infrastructure, Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA. Please, let's welcome him. Good to have you here, sir. We're glad to have you around, sir. And we also have Mrs. Ogona Oyemelukwe, Regional CNG Expansion Coordinator, PI CNG. You're welcome, man. Just to check, the last time I checked, they were not around, but quickly, Mr. Franklin Molly, Managing Director, Gas Midstream Infrastructure, Axela, and Mr. Prasan Kumar, NIPCO Gas Limited. Okay. We hope to have them before we round up. I'll go straight to the questions. All right. Again, I'll repeat the topic of discussion, the business case of CNG. We've been talking about CNG, mobility gas, CNG for industrial, various use cases popping up here and there. Is it profitable? How can we get into it? Is there a market for it? What can we do? And the first question, and I'll go, let me read the question, then I'll direct it. What is Nigeria's resource case? What is Nigeria's resource case for CNG? Do we actually have enough gas to scale CNG nationally? That will be for my Oga, Mr. Okoha. Engineer Okoha, please. That's for you, sir. I hope the mic is okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Let me use the opportunity to commend the Lagos Chamber of Commerce for continuously providing this kind of platform that enables us to not only share with the public the activities and the progress being made in the petroleum sector, but also as a feedback loop for us, so that we can reinforce positive outcomes and then see how we can correct any unintended consequences. I was here last year, and I'm happy to be here again this year. The question you asked, there is no doubt about the natural resource of Nigeria. In terms of natural gas, we have, and I hate to keep banding these kind of figures because it's really not important when you have 209 TCF of gas under the ground. What's important is how you optimize it and how it is utilized to drive our everyday needs. I'm sure that is the same for everybody, isn't it? So there's no need to tell you the volume of gas we have under the ground. However, the transition from what you usually call the traditional dirty fuel to gas has been a government policy and has been prioritized in this particular administration under President Tinubu. And everybody in government, both partners and all, are working together to see that CNG or LNG or LPG, the market penetration and utilization in Nigeria is optimally increased. So there are supply issues with a number of drivers that will improve that. With the crossing of the OB3 under the Niger now, it represents some progress. When the AKK is operationalized, as we're looking forward to that, it will also increase the supply of gas up country. In terms of distribution, we're seeing mostly trucking now in the absence of pipes. Gas naturally is not just the cleanest and safest, but is also the cheapest source of energy available to us here in Nigeria. And so it's available in its natural state. The other thing that we need to do for it to get to the last mile is indeed that the awareness and the utilization is increasing faster than the infrastructure. And so currently, we've been encouraging people like Farmadec who are investing at the last mile in terms of retailing infrastructure. That is something that Lagos Chamber of Commerce can also begin to look into, local investments in that sense. Finally, let me say that the increased use of CNG across the country is something that continues to require a lot of collaboration, not just within government, but within private sector. For you to convert your cars, there's need to build the conversion infrastructure available. And that is something that the National Automobile Design Agency is driving with our collaboration. For you to bring in the kits, is something that SON and NMDPRA continues to work together on. In real terms, our responsibility doesn't come in until hydrocarbon is introduced to any equipment. That's when the midstream and downstream petroleum regulatory authorities' responsibility will really come in. That is not to leave out the PICNG, which is the more visible driving force for the increased utilization of CNG. We all work within this space to bring to the last mile, like I said, more CNG and more use for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So just to reiterate, the resources are available. 209 to 10 trillion cubic feet, more than 600 unproven. There's a lot of gas, but how do we get it out there and how do we utilize it? So I will attempt to discuss this, how to get CNG on board and get everyone, knowledgeable about that, the investment requirement and all. So how large is the potential addressable market, vehicles and fleet for CNG in Nigeria today? And I'll go to the representative of the PCNGI because they have a target, 1 million targets by 2027. Okay, but what is the potential addressable market? I may add more to it, more information we can work with. Yes, thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Currently, really, because it's I always say that it is work in progress. It is an initiative that we are pushing daily. Now, I know that when we started barely about over a year ago, we had literally a handful of converted vehicles in the country. As of today, we have thousands. And this is, barely a year after. And this is while working with, a lot of our partners. The good thing is that we have been, the reception was actually very good. We had a lot of private partners who, came and joined forces with PCNGI to push this initiative. So, like you rightly said, we have a target. We are actually trying to see if we can surpass. I think it is a good venture. The potential is there. We're still pushing, and I'll keep reiterating that it is one day at a time. We're doing the best that we can, and we believe that we'll get there. So,
thank you very much. Thank you very much. The potential is there, and we can hit there. And I was wondering if you're going to say the potential is 12 million. Well, you're going for all our vehicles in Nigeria because the last statistics from NBS mentioned 12 million. That's almost a decade ago. I'm not sure that's even reliable. So if you look at now, much more than 12 million. So yes, let's hit the 1 billion. Would you add Dangote's 4,000 to your achievement? You should actually. I mean, but that's for another day, discussion for another day. Thank you, madam. All right. What is a typical payback period for converting a commercial vehicle to CNG in Nigeria? We've had prices, published from 300 to 500. Then the flattening of the exchange rate came, and I had figures like 800, but it seems like it's coming down again. What's the actual cost? And that will be going to Mr. Fola Kinola of Femadec.
Good morning, all.
Morning.
Yeah, the time to pay back depends on the interest rate you are given if you are borrowing money to convert your car. But typically, it's between 9 to 12 months. You should be able to pay back. That has to be very, 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 very flexible for vehicle owners. So if you run very well, you can do lesser bets. I think with 9 to 12 months to be very, very convenient.
Yeah, so that we're all is a common playing field, so we understand what we mean by payback. By payback, we're saying the savings on diesel or the savings on petrol, right?
Yes.
Okay, so with the savings on diesel or petrol, you pay back in like 9 months.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I go to the bank or go deep down into my pocket and remove that money to say I want to convert, I should be able to get it back in 9 months, and from there on, the savings continue.
Yeah.
All right. Would you be able to speak about the cost if you're converting diesel and if you're converting the petrol? Thank you.
Again, it depends on the capacity of the fuel. For example, a 4-liter vehicle, that is a 4 cylinders, it's about 500 to 600,000 euro. For six cylinders and 8 cylinders, you can be getting to about 900, 1 million naira for conversion. That is both the kits and the cylinders. Then those are petrol engine generally, but for diesel, it's a bit more expensive. And if you want to convert, for example, your diesel generator to CNG, it's slightly more expensive than when you are converting petrol. Then, so it depends on actually what you want to do. We have that different categories. We have a facility module here because that's Propertech. And I'm surprised that even LCCI, I saw your vehicles here. If you come drive in there tomorrow, convert it for you. It's a very fair price and you can run on a CNG. Just adjacent to us, we have with their refueling station. So you can convert your vehicle, you refuel your buses and at a fraction of what you pay on petrol and or even diesel.
Thank you very much, sir. I think that's information for all of us. So for those close to Abidjan, you can always walk in there and get your vehicle converted. All right. Does CNG adoption materially reduce foreign exchange exposure for Nigeria? I would have channeled this to a finance expert in the house, but I'll bounce it to Emeka. You want to try?
Thank you. Thank you, Godwin. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my chair lady. All protocols observed, and good morning, my fellow panelists. So the question was, does CNG adoption reduce dependency on FX? So the short answer to that would be yes, because of various things, not just the CNG applications for transportation, but the diesel power generation market in Nigeria is about a $20 billion a year spend that we spend in Nigeria. So the deeper the CNG adoption goes in Nigeria in both the transport and the power sector is going to greatly influence and reduce FX dependency. Although it must be said that CNG price, although it is settled in Naira, the market fundamentals behind it are still dollar-driven, which depend on pipeline gas price at the upstream, which is pegged, indirectly to the crude oil price as well. So there's a secondary effect, but at least as far as the final consumer is concerned, that's a Naira transaction. So the more we can localize CNG adoption in Nigeria, the greater percentage of CNG auto gas stations. I heard that there's over about 50 auto gas stations now in Nigeria, which is amazing considering where we were 2 years ago. So that would put a lot less pressure on the product itself. But there's a second aspect to CNG adoption, which is the equipment. The CNG skids, the conversion kits for transport and storage, a lot of them are still imported. So on the product, yes, if we increase the CNG adoption, we'll stop paying as much, spending as much sourcing FX for the product, but we're still sourcing FX for the equipment, and those of us that are bringing in the equipment are the ones feeling that. So when we talk to investors, we still have to find a way to hedge the FX exposure risk for our equipment. So yeah.
All right, thank you very much. So if you look at it, at the end of the day, we are saving on FX, even when we are bringing in the equipment. If you look at the share size of the market potential, the PMS market, for instance, or the diesel market is enormous. And if we have the natural gas just below our soil, why don't we just use it? And I mean, even when it's benchmarked, like he said, driven by the USD, international oil and gas rates, we still do not have to go check in CBN for FX to buy our CNG. So the potential is very huge to make our Naira stronger. Thank you very much, Mr. Emeka. We'll go straight to the next. Where are investors committing capital? Is private capital following government signals? Mr. Mecca just mentioned we have about 50 CNG stations. Perhaps Mr. Koha can verify that. The last time I checked, it was 50, but I know there are a lot of activities happening. And if you have 50, typically, I'm not sure about the figure, for you to have a daughter station, you should be thinking about 500 US to 1 million US. And if you look at mother station, for instance, mother station is where you would typically take the truck to load before you take it to the station, daughter station. So a lot of money is going into it. And if you hear me correctly, I'm mentioning USD because those equipment are not local. They are foreign. So what's the extent of the response from the financial sector, so to speak? I think is what this question is trying to talk about. Are investors committing capital? Is private capital following government signals? Mr. Koha.
Okay, so let me first explain that government, particularly this administration, is doing quite a lot of unsung, offering a lot of incentive to enable investments in this regard. First, auto CNG is categorized under the strategic industries aspect for pricing of natural gas. So it is at a discounted rate. Secondly, with the executive orders signed by Mr. President, CNG kits and all are duty-free, just to make that point. Now, in terms of within the value chain, there are lots of investment opportunities. And it's always good to speak to the Chamber of Commerce because as partners, they should be the ones driving this kind of both local and international investments. We spoke earlier about conversions. We still have nearly 100% of the kits being imported. But we can as well attract OEMs that are foreign to come and domicile their manufacturing here in Nigeria, especially when within the sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria offers the highest potential for markets in this area. Something that will not be saturated even for the next 10 years. And that's at the conversion stage. When you move from the conversion downwards, when you progress from the conversion, we've just issued, the authority has issued about a number of gas distribution licenses. Part of the conditions we've given to those licensees is that within a gas distribution area, they must also introduce distribution pipelines that will feed, and they must enable the building of a number of mother stations. As you rightly said, the mother stations are the big places where you download the gas from the pipeline, ideally, and then from there, you truck it to the daughter stations. So there's a lot of engineering that goes on at the mother station in terms of temperature, for you to compress the pressure and all. And then you take it to the daughter station. So one mother station can serve as many daughter stations in that area. We're seeing a lot of investments in this area. It's not matching the demand and the growth we're seeing. If we were in Abuja, I would give a very simple example. As you leave the Abuja airport and you're driving into town, you will see a few kilometers from the airport, a daughter station with trucks, and these are safety issues, lining up to refill their tanks and carry on. What does this say to any potential investor? It means that the demand is there, and investment must follow demand. So there are also capture markets that are there. FEMADEC has just finished some of its pilot projects within the university communities. Am I right? And PICNG was driving this and supporting them. But what FEMADEC never really, the acknowledgement it rarely gives, is that the funding was from the NMDPRA's MDGIF. And
awesome.
And so in terms of investment funding, finance, the NMDPRA's MDGIF is poised to make more investments where there are credible projects that are outlined to them. As I said, FEMADEC is a clear example of that investment. So again, with this kind of opportunity, we would like to partner with LCCI and see how to attract more investments from both in and outside the country, because gas is the way to really go. It's the way to go. It is cheaper. I can't keep emphasizing the maths. However you do the economics, if it's diesel you're benchmarking with at 1,000 plus, or you're using PMS at 900 plus, whether it's 300 or 600, you're it's still much cheaper. Your savings, I will even be more aggressive than FEMADEC has said today about 9 months. You would even what you save the environment, you can't quantify it in Naira detail. The day I was happy to switch on Oriental here, their power their generator. If you go behind, I don't know about now, this was about 2 years ago. If you went behind, we all see the facade in front. If you went behind, their walls were covered soot, black. So imagine the lungs of those who were working day to day in that place. Then you switch on this LNG power generator and you put your hands on the exhaust and it's just vapor that is coming out. You can't quantify that. So I don't know how else we can continue to encourage the public when we have this kind of opportunity. Gas is where to go. The economics works very well for any investor. The regulator is poised to make sure that licensing will handhold you through the project so that these things are fast-tracked. And if there are investment gaps, to de-risk it, the NMDPRA as well, its MDGIF arm, will also provide the necessary funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okoha. That's a midstream, downstream gas infrastructure funds, MDGIF. And I want to, now that FEMADEC has been called out, you've been hiding what you've been enjoying. Could you please share with us the success story, with your, partnership with NMDPRA? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. And first of all, I want to say openly thank you to the NMDPRA and MDGI Fund for the project we are handling for them. For our information, we are providing CNG infrastructures to 20 Nigerian universities in the country, spread across all the geopolitical zones. 15 sites are already ongoing and Abuja was already commissioned. Before the end of the year, another 10 sites will be commissioned. So that's where we are. Coming back to your question on how to invest in the investors, fund, and lenders, how they are responding to the government support. I would say there is not enough response. Just like Mr. Okuga said, we have the gas underneath, and we are tired of saying, oh, 209, it is time for action. I want us to look at something that happened recently. The richest man in Africa has the biggest refinery probably in the world. What is he producing there? Petrol, diesel. To move these products, he's producing something that he can as well use to move them around, but he opted for another to move them. Doesn't that say something to us? Dangote wants to buy 4,000 CNG trucks. CNG trucks. This man is producing petrol and diesel. How? So we don't need to keep emphasizing viability of CNG, how good it is, how clean it is. That is a clear evidence to see the richest man in Africa. So, having said that, there are in this CNG business, two things are seriously missing. And I want to point it out here. In most of the forums I have attended, the two critical partners that are needed in this CNG, they are always missing. Because where are they here? Where are the bankers?
Bankers?
Which bank? Which bank?
Very few, actually.
Eh? Okay, that's fine. We need more bank. Okay. Okay. We need more banks. We need more funds. Secondly, the other missing is where are the IOCs? Which companies are new? Shell. Oh, okay. Maybe we are not.
Send her an invoice, please. Please.
And honestly, I keep saying that as long as we don't carry these IOCs along, because most of these guys, them, they are the ones to say that, oh, I'm talking to Chevron because we are trying to put up our own model station and somewhere there because we are running 20 universities. I'm running 100 CNG buses in Enugu. I have 60 buses in Lamata, in Lagos, all on CNG. My daily consumption is going to rise about 250,000 SCM a day in the next 6 or 7 months. There is no fuel station. You have only 50 daughter stations here. 20 universities is equivalent to 20 daughter stations. That's what it means. Each one with a capacity of 7,000 SCM. I have 60 buses in Lagos. I have 100 in Lagos. 2 other states have indicated interest. That shows you the adoption. So the necessity for motor stations is becoming more and more serious and more critical. That is why we need OCs. Because they are the ones to give us the gas to the OB3, the EPS line, and all that rest. Then the banks, government alone cannot do it. Can we imagine a situation, how many diesel trucks and petrol tankers do we have in the country? How many? Replacing that, I want to change it to CNG trucks and LNG trucks. Can we see the potential and the type of investment we are looking at here? So the issue has gone beyond whether it is good or not. Time has now come for action, real action through the banks, the funds, and the IOCs to make this thing available. And Mr. Koga, we need to do more in terms of infrastructure. It is seriously lacking. We have our CNG in Abuja, 12 before we go. When you go there, you have to seek sometimes for 2 days, to buy CNG. And I've not seen anybody that has converted their car into CNG and said that I want to go back to petrol. Absolutely no. So the challenge is education is monitored in the industry. Sometimes I see the value chain as like a child in a toy shop. You enter, you see the production from motor stations to conversion centers to logistics. There are so much money to be made. So I can't emphasize that the richest man in Africa bought CNG, another product, to carry what he is producing himself. That's it, Lord. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Still on. I have another question for you. When you said you're working on 15 universities.
20
universities.
Yes.
And I would say, how are you going to get your money back? Who's going to pay for it? Are universities paying for it?
Okay. That is one thing this administration is doing differently. There's a sustainability element built into that. When we put CNG stations inside campuses, we are going to have the tricycles. Each university is to kids by CNGI that the lecturers, vehicles, and other things will convert it to CNG.
Free.
Then, time through the magic. So it's sustainability element to it, so that after some years, if those vehicles, some vehicles, CNG as well, to just say that a week ago, the first lady gave some CNG buses. So the infrastructure we are building in the university will feed this buses for CNG. So it's not just in the mother station, but the element to feed on the mother station is also being provided so that with incremental margin, you can have some sustainability going forward, replacing those equipment, replacing those vehicles. So that's how it's going.
Thank you very much, Mr. Femedek. To PCNGI, a lot has been said. There's a lot of support coming from you, a lot of incentive. And for investors, we want to see data. We want to even know what's the potential if I spend $1 million setting up a daughter station, who's going to buy my gas, for instance? And there's a question here. It says, how to talk about risk? I'll go there. It says, what are the main commercial risks that could derail investors' returns? The main commercial risk. And feel free to add to what you are doing, the opportunities, because a lot of people do not have this, don't know these opportunities are available. I mean, there are probably another 300 universities or 500 universities with opportunity. You know, you may speak more on those two. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me start with, the risks, right? So the main one I would say would be the gas supply, which is an issue, which is a big issue. Now, picture this. You have gone through the process of convincing people to go the CNG way, right? So you have someone who has gone ahead to convert his vehicle, and then the next thing, he has no gas to buy. Just like Mr. Fala had said, people are queuing for 2 days. It's very frustrating. It can, so it's a big issue, that unavailability of gas, right? Then you have the regulatory, which is why we do not do anything without our regulatory partners. You have NMD, the NMDPRES, and we all work hand in hand. So yes, there are risks. There will always be risks. But the thing is, as someone who, as a forward-thinking person, would you say that because of risks, you would not venture into something? You have to wait. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, in terms of what PCNGI has done or is doing to assist, we know, I don't know if most people know that for commercial vehicles, we gave out the kits for free. Yeah. So what we did was we gave out kits to our partner centers, Temadec, Mesovest, and the likes, to convert for free for commercial vehicles, so that when those vehicles are converted for free, the drivers would be charging less fares, to citizens. So that was the whole idea, and that's what we were doing. Now, for individuals, because we started getting inquiries from, regular individuals saying, oh, we want to convert, but the prices are high. And then we went back to the drawing board and said, listen, let's do this and bring up something where you want to convert your vehicle, but you don't want to put down $1 million naira. That would definitely hit your pocket. Okay, come and pay over time, give you like a long payment plan of, say, 12 to 36 months between you and the banks, so that at the end of the day, monthly, what will be paid back by you would be something as low as 20,000. So you don't feel it, So those are the kind of incentives that PCNGI, is going ahead to do. Now, we also have those who, like the e-hailing drivers, we're still speaking with. Those are the Uber and InDrive and all of that, where we came up with something where they would give them half the price as opposed to free. Because the free ones were for the NURTW, the, return and all of that, the state vehicles. But for other ones like Uber and all, we went to half price. So those are the kind of, incentives that PCNGI has done and is still doing.
It sounds good to know that the issue is more of a supply issue than a demand issue.
Demand is high. That's the truth. You have those who, they're literally calling and saying, please, when is this thing, happening? We need this, we need this. We get reports from our centers. oh, we've run out of kids. We have these guys that are coming and they're, literally queuing up for kids. So it's the supply thing, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. IOCs, that's a cue for you. The next question will be, can local manufacturing conversion create meaningful domestic jobs, add value? I think it's trying to say, yeah, what kind of addition can we get in terms of job creation can we get from conversion and manufacturing of the kits, for instance, for you?
So for conversions, I'm sure that you have partners who have created jobs for so many people, because you come in, you learn the whole art of conversion, the process, and it creates jobs. So you find a lot of workshops, and you see regularly guys who didn't even know anything about conversion in the first place, and are now converting vehicles, because after going through training. You have also people like Femadec actually even give training. So it's like you're giving back, literally giving back to the society. I know that Mesoverse trains as well. You have other people, Red Dynamo, they train so many people. When you go back and check, you're looking at almost thousands that they have trained over time. And then those ones train there, work there for a bit sometimes, and then branch out on their own. They now in turn train another set of people. You know what I mean? So you're literally creating jobs, and you don't realize it until you look back at the data to see how many people have actually passed through. So it's almost like a gift that keeps giving. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, before you add Femadec, do you have an idea? You should anyway. The region in Nigeria that is lacking, that needs conversion centers, so that member of the audience can tap in there.
In Nigeria, or do you want Nigeria? Lagos, Nigeria as a whole.
Even Lagos, you can even start with Lagos, yeah.
Okay. So in Lagos, good thing about Lagos is the spread in Lagos is wide. We have a lot of conversion centers across Lagos. I'm talking of from Ekpe all the way to Idimu and Alagbado. We have conversion centers. What is lacking is gas, is CNG. So sometimes people have to drive all the way, and that's an issue. But in terms of the spread for Lagos, I can categorically say all the way from Ekpe, you have conversion centers. Down, in fact, on the Lekki Express, that stretch, we have over 6 or 7 Mesoverse, Femadec and Mesoverse included. There's AX Gas there, there's CGC, there's PCL on that stretch. And you come back to the mainland, you have the likes of Red Dynamo, you have Black White Energy, all the way, like I said, to Idimu, down to even Ikorodu. So the spread in Lagos is big. It is the availability of gas that's
okay.
Important.
Thank you, Malo. So Femadec, after you, we'll now take questions from the audience. Thank you.
Yeah, quickly regarding employment, yes, it creates employment because, for example, our project, we have conversion centers in each of those universities, and we're also working with the Department of Engineering to teach them how to do conversion. It's a very simple technology. It's not difficult at all. So it's something that any school leaders can adopt with training and, of course, with some level of supervision to make sure that conversion is done properly and avoid any safety issue. So it creates some level of employment. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will have 3 questions. We'll make it 4 for gender balance. I'm saying just guys. No. Gender balance. No way. Okay, we'll take from you. He raised his hand first. Of course, madam. You'll be next. Then okay, I'm coming for you. You'll be next, and we'll hear from the banker at the back. Let's start with him.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Neeraj Gupta, and I represent a company called Fuel Buddy. We are the most latest entrant into the CNG industry in Nigeria. My question is to the government side. I understand that this is a decade of gas, which we have been calling, and I think this is an opportunity which we also foresee for entering into Nigeria. But I understand the two things which we need to work on before the CNGification of Nigeria. We need to work on the democratization of CNG. And that is where I have two suggestions from my side, because since we are the most latest entrant into this industry, there are a lot of players which are already into the market already. But I think first and the most important thing which government needs to support is to get the more manufacturers bring into this country for producing the CNG equipments. I've been searching for last 7 days readily available caskets for supply of gas to my customers. But these CNG caskets are not readily available. There are Chinese companies, there are other countries' companies they need 3 months time to supply me those caskets. And those are the most important infrastructure requirement which I think government needs to work on in terms of manufacturing in Nigeria. Second important thing which I realized that I understand government is working for the auto CNG piece, for the mobilized assets, the assets which are movable. But there is no work has been happening on the immovable assets. Generator cannot walk or move to the pump station to get the gas filling. I have not seen any MRU policy which is available in Nigeria, because we are the pioneers of doorstep delivery of energy. We are the first one in India and Asia's largest doorstep energy distribution company. We came to Nigeria to set up those kind of an ecosystem where not only the movable asset can be filled, but the immovable asset can also need a support in terms of getting a gas delivery at the doorstep. We have the technology. We have proven record in 5 different countries, in India, UAE, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Zambia. But my question is to the government, if how we can make these things easier for a new entrant, those who really wanted to invest time, energy, and effort to be a part of that story which Nigeria has been telling everybody, that we have enough gas and we wanted to grow with the gas. So before the gasification, I think democratization of the gas is the most important thing which government needs to support on. So how we can work together to take this thing forward and work towards the path which the president has set for the country.
Thank you. Thank you. Next. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adela Ankedayo Adeboju. I'm a gas and renewable specialist from MIMA, Major Energy Marketers Association of Nigeria. My question, I must commend PCNGI and NMDPRA in catalyzing the market for CNG. And as we already know, CNG is an end-to-end product, or gas generally, where we're looking at upstream, so making sure there's supply, midstream transportation, and then downstream the consumption. We've seen, and this is in reference to data and understanding the real demand that your great work has done. It's important that we, I guess, to attract people and have people make informed decisions on investments in infrastructure, which we've identified as a gap. I know there's great work done on the infrastructure pipeline and where you can get gas done on your website. I know from NMDPR and NEPRC, there's upstream supply and production numbers, but we fail to see what the actual demand is for CNG. We've seen, there was a recent report on Africa's Exports Forum, where we see the gas produced beautifully dimensioned per sector. But it's important that we see the real demand, data, numbers, for people to say, okay, this has been the growth, which we already know there's growth, but it's important that they see that the demand is out there through numbers that they can verify is from a credible source. So yeah, that's a comment.
That's a comment, not really a question, right? Thank you. Next. Okay. Women are not talking today. I hope we're good. Women, please ask questions. Too.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maiwa Adewi, and my question is straight. My question is this. how do we make sure that there is availability of CNG to other means of other machines that require energy outside of transportation? Because I think the focus has been on trucks, on vehicles, but we have generators, we have lawnmowers, we have other items, home utensils that require CNG, and we have products coming out in CNG. Is there any policy around having, let's say, micro distribution station or skid tanks that can deliver CNG to home users safely, and how do we go about it?
One here, there is one there. So where do I go? Godwin.
Lady,
No ladies, so men, yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon to the panelists. My question goes to Engineer Okoa, and my name is Adeyemi Adetola, representing SITL, and I would like to ask, what's the process and the rules of engagement to partner with NMDPRA for infrastructure build at scale with CNG suppliers? Thank you.
You got the question, sir. Thank you. So for this session, last but not the least.
Thank you. Okay. Question number one, straight one. CNG dispensers for filling stations, conversion, and also getting the CNG dispensers themselves. What's the plan of the government in making sure they're able to infiltrate the entire filling stations network in Nigeria for this, and how businesses can get involved? Number two, I'm looking at also CNG exports. It's an idea we should not throw away. It's possible that something can come out from there. So your thoughts, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we allow discussant to treat this, then we believe more questions will still come when we get to session 2, session 3. So let's have this so that we move very fast. So.
Okay, just to compress a lot of the questions. The first question was, what is government doing to encourage new investors? And he mentioned shortage of cascade for moving CNG. I see that as an opportunity. He also the other question was demand data. I think that's a very good one. NMDPR used to publish information on, I mean, they still publish gas information, but now maybe mobility gas this time around. Okay, I think this is for NMDPRA too, this other one. Then how do we get CNG for other industries? Well, I think it's been ongoing. The mobility aspect is a new one. But when you now add cooking, then, I will allow NMDPRA to speak on that. I see that as why don't we tick the box on mobility gas and other before going to CNG for cooking? Infrastructure build and scale. I think we've been discussing that. You've heard about testimony here about how NMDPRA and other parties are partnering with the private investor. What is the plan of government for, let's say, CNG exports? We have LNG exports. I mean, why would you want to export CNG when there's LNG? But NMDPRA chief, please help us.
Thank you. To the first speaker, if you recall, I already highlighted the need for the original equipment manufacturers from which we import some of these kits to attract them to Nigeria so that they can have those manufacturing factories in country. Of course, that would reduce the pressure on the Naira against the FX, and there will be job creation as well. And you're asking about the incentives. There are, for me, I will categorize the CNG sector as a pioneer industry, and there are considerable incentives already statutorily provided for anybody who wishes to partner with such an OEM in Nigeria. And we can talk more about this offline.
and I can point you to where those incentives are. Again, what any investor, two critical things is the market there. The market is here. There is offtake capacity for anything you produce. Secondly, recovery of costs. Of course, you can repatriate funds. We just need more people advocating these to these OEMs. Secondly, the question about data, Madam, yes, data is critical. No investor will make an investment decision without the right data. But I think it's slightly unfair to put this at our doorstep. In this industry, everybody expects the regulator to do everything. But just step back and picture, what data is she asking for? We tried to work when PCIG came in to actually do a little deep dive and generate numbers as to what the real market size is. We could find the weak framework that existed countrywide before then. For instance, when you want to disaggregate the numbers on diesel or AGO, you'll be shocked that you cannot find the data that says how many generators you have, how many PMS powered cars you have, how many, and this data, it's the road safety VIO, they're registering cars every year. You know that that these are the cars that are supposed to be flying on the road, but that data is just not there when you touch it. Last week, outside the country, I was participating in a program where I could see how technology was being deployed years ahead of what we're doing here. There are cameras around Europe, security cameras, for which even trading companies are buying data that allows them, the cameras will disaggregate how many trucks are plying on X road. And with that, you can see percentage increase in demand. You can extrapolate from what is plying, seasonal movements and all. You will see when there are ups and then there are dips within the traffic, and you can use it to calculate what the demand is. So this is something that is an interagency responsibility. We've also spoken to, if I believe, the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics to encourage that a lot of work, since they have the capabilities for undertaking these studies, for us to know what the real, disaggregate that demand and break it down in a way that any potential investor can say, okay, this is where I want to occupy in the value chain. And I'm sure that I have this capture already there. So it's something that we're also looking into. Let me also just say the auto versus industry. We need to understand, and this applies to the speak about export as well. We need to understand what we really mean by CNG. It's compressed natural gas. So you're compressing it for ease of transportation. So you work on the pressure and the temperature. If you go a certain kilometer outside the source, you will lose the pressure and the temperature. It will no longer meet the standards for compressed natural gas. So CNG is not something you transport for very far distances. The proper way to transport natural gas in distances is by pipeline. In the absence of pipeline, you have to liquefy it, which is the LNG. And maybe by vessel, you move it from country to country. And the capital intensity of liquefying is that at the reception, at the other end, you also have to have a regasification plant as well. So CNG is not for long transportation, is not something for export. And when the major drivers, because I like to be very positive in my outlook, when the AKK comes on stream and the OB3, you're going to see that there will be more mother stations. For instance, AKK simply represents Ajokuta, Kaduna, Kano. It will pass through Abuja. And at each of those points, you can even have spur lines that will tee off from all those. And then you have major mother stations dotting everywhere and then serving multiple daughter stations as well. So it's a very positive outlook I see there. There was a question about how NMDPRA, the licensing process. I think the gentleman asked that. If you intend to build, let's say, a daughter station, you simply, most of our processes are automated. Our licensing processes are automated. You don't even need to know anybody. You simply apply for the license to establish. At that stage, we will require very ordinary papers from you, your incorporation papers, survey plan of the place, of the land, and a number of preliminary documentation. We will issue the license to establish. With that, you will come back to our people again with your feed and other engineering designs. And when we've signed off on that, and depending on the scope, we might even deploy a project team to work with you. Then we will issue you a license to construct. With that, we'll have to follow you step by step to make sure that it meets all our safety checkpoints. When you have finished constructing, then there is a pre-commissioning that will result in the final licensing stage. That is a license to operate. Then you can then unlock for the public and begin to sell. Majority part of this process I've explained to you is automated. The only part, we're trying to eliminate that human element of you engaging with people. But field inspections are still carried out physically. So that's what we do. Finally, let me just say this. There's a lot of intervention to unlock the supply that many of my colleagues here have spoken about that is being undertaken by government. I'm hopeful that in the nearest future, in the short term, we'll begin to see an increase in the supply of natural gas. Take, for instance, the work on gas commercialization that our sister agency, the Upstream Regulatory Commission, is doing. 4 or 5 years ago, you had more than 240 flex sites. That number is reducing. Many of these flex sites are in deep offshore locations because we've talked about OICs and all. When you're talking about deep offshore, you can have a depth of over 10,000 meters down. So you're bringing out the crude. You might well have an FPSO where you're producing the crude. Originally, and this is by no way to blame anybody, but the traditional priority placed in production was for crude, not for gas. Indeed, when the first OICs came and they drilled their first wells and they found gas, especially in the southeast, they capped them and moved further to the south-south. So now that we're transitioning towards gas, we have to also move from flaring those gas or reinjecting the gas back into the reservoirs to begin to not just collect them, but to pipe them and evacuate them. So when you are in deep offshores that are very far away from the shoreline, piping this to the shore, it's a big problem. But again, we're pivoting to say, what more can we do? I'm sure many of us have heard of the first floating LNG that we've issued license to and is under construction now. So that floating LNG, you don't need to pipe from the deep offshore to onshore. What you just do is to bring in a floating vessel that has been built to collect the gas, process it, store it, and offload it in other vessels that will come alongside that floating LNG. And we're receiving quite considerable interest from other investors who would like to also replicate this. Currently, globally, I think there are about 4 or 5 floating LNGs. So the lessons Nigeria has learned from not just the Brass LNG, the failure of Brass LNG and OK LNG is what has contributed to this new outlook on floating LNGs. And so I think that given a year or two, we'll begin to harvest some of these efforts that are going in from government. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a lot. Thank you for helping us this morning. We'll take 1 minute closing from each of the participants. I'm not sure Mr. Koha still has any more. We'll start from Madam. Just 1 minute in closing. Thank you.
Okay, so in closing, I would just like to say that please remember that when a project is new, it is always it's work in progress. As long as you can see that progress is being made, let's not let us be positive about it. And also remember that the government is very open to working with private individuals, private corporations. That's the truth. If people don't know, people don't ask. So it's good to ask questions and to inquire. The government is actually very open to, because we realize that we can't do it alone. The government cannot do it alone. So please remember. Thank you.
Thank you. Hamadek?
Okay. I found out that a lot of questions have been directed to government. What is government doing here? What is government doing here? The idea of government coming into this CNG is because it's in the initial stage. Government is not intended to be the sole financial or sponsor of CNG. No, they are only trying to crystallize what initial participants in CNG, like of course what we are doing, so that from there on we can engage the private sector to be for more penetration on CNG. So the narrative is not that government is wholly funding CNG from beginning, but at the time they are going to disengage. Am I right? So that's the intention. So we need more participants. We need more private sector people to come into this space and invest their money because the market is there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I think mostly, like Oga said, lots of the questions were geared towards the government, rightly so, because the government is driving the change through the decade of gas, through the presidential CNG initiative, and while we, the private sector operators, are very grateful, we are also doing our part, right? We can't depend solely on the government, especially on the investment side. I also want to reiterate what Oga said. The participation and visibility and presence of our Nigerian banks in the CNG sector has been less than desired. And if the local banks can come into the CNG market, specifically providing credit facilities for equipment and equipment rental and lease to own options, because for those of us in the CNG market in power, the equipment cost is usually an impediment for a lot of end users. And we've done the mathematics and we've seen that if there were credit facilities available for qualified end users, a lot of that capex that would have gone towards the CNG skids and cascades can incrementally go into the price, and then we can see further explosion of CNG adoption in Nigeria. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, distinguished panelists. A lot has been said. I think for the LCCI, I think it's hard time we had a very reachable desk for CNG related matters, so that at any point in time, members of the public can reach out for questions, and from the LCCI, they can get to PSC, PCNGI, NMDPRA, successful private entities like Pharmadec and Gasavan here. So without much ado, let's give the distinguished panelists a very warm round of applause. They've done so much this morning. Thank you very much, everyone. That's it for now.
Thank you so much, the moderator and the panelists. What I promised to do is to immediately give you your plaques, but the president whom I want to handle that has stepped out. So permit me to allow you go back to your seat. When it comes in, I'll bring you up for you to receive your plaque. Please, let's put hands together for our discussant, please. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you so much. With the first panel session over, we get to move to what is next, which is the panel session 2. Remember, we will still have the panel session 3. For each of the panel session, we have an opportunity to ask questions and answers will be provided. We are doing well with our time, I must confess. We like to also work with time and keep to it for the benefit of all as businessmen and women. Going to the panel session 2, from conversion to commercial development, technology, infrastructure, and delivery models. We'll have to serve as moderator, one house. I want to assure us that we'll have enough time for networking. There's a session for it completely on the program today, so that we don't use or spend time for the discussion for networking and networking for discussion. So we'd like to move to what is next, which is the second panel session, to be moderated by Dr. Ayodele Oni, Partner Energy Practice, Bloomfield Law Practice. Let's put it down together for Dr. Ayodele Oni as he comes up. As you saw that my friend Godwin Okodua did, I will hand over the discussants to you. You bring them up to stage, and you have 40-45 minutes for the discussion. Then we have a few other minutes for the question and answer. Dr. Ayodele.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I'm a lawyer, so you may wonder why I'm discussing or moderating commercial, well, maybe lawyers do commercial, development, technology, infrastructure, and delivery models. I guess maybe because we draft some of those documents. So we see those clauses, we see those provisions. Anyway, very quickly. Okay.
Sorry, I know Dr. Ayodele wants to quickly move very quickly. I'm extremely uncomfortable with the back end of the hall. It's not communicating a message to me that we are one. I want us to be seated. It's proper, please. If you want to take your tea, just take your tea and come back to your seat. Please, let's do that. So that it gives a message to us here that we are together at this conference. Thank you so much, Dr. Ayodele.
Okay. So I'd invite very quickly our discussant, Mr. Tosin Thompson. He's MD of Mesovest Limited. I understand he's around. Mr. Tosin Thompson. Oh, he stepped out. Okay, I believe he'll join us shortly. We'll call Mr. Andre Bassi. He's MD of Axiom. Thank you very much. Then someone I'm looking at now, Mr. Shola Akonwo, is the CEO of Flourish Nigeria Limited. Welcome. Thank you. I understand Mr. Taj Ogbe isn't around, who is the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Gas Association. But I understand Mrs. Isioma Martins, who is the General Manager at Tego Energy Limited, is very much with us. Could you please join us? Thank you very much, ma'am. There's also Mr. Last and not the least, of course, or but not the least, like they say, Mr. Aloy Duru. He's Director Engineering and Operations at Power Gas. For some strange reason, I'm always on the other side when it comes to Power Gas, right? I think you've negotiated several CNG sale and purchase agreements with me buying for power, particularly, I think, power plants, a few power plants. That's the panel or group of panelists, and we will start asking a few questions. I think I'll start with, I'd like everyone to just first introduce themselves in less than 30 seconds, what you do. We'll start from the extreme left.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for putting this together. My name is Tosin Thompson. I'm ND of Mesovest Limited. We're a commerce solutions company focusing on the last mile delivery of energy, specifically LPG and CNG.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. If this were a typical Nigerian family, I would say I'm the last born here. So my name is Andre. I'm the MD of AxGas. We are focused on conversion of vehicles, also going into daughter stations and expanding our network currently. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Akonwo.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Shola Akonwo is my name. The CEO of Flourish Nigeria Limited. We're into EPC, engineering, procurement, and construction for CNG stations, as well as pipeline generally. and as well as we do CNG trading. So we buy, we sell as well.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isioma Martins. I'm the general manager for Tego Energy Limited. We're a company that operates in gas and renewable energy. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Aloy Du, a director of Power Gas. Power Gas is one of the pioneer CNG companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we leave you, I've got a quick question for you. There appears to be several initiatives and incentives generally. I'd have said fiscal, but there's more than fiscal incentives. Apart from what we currently have, what are those things you think the government should do or can do to improve what you currently do, what you do in your business? What are those additional things you want government to do, apart from what currently does exist?
Yeah. Government has given incentives on paper. For example, import waiver, which we hardly get in full. But one other I would like them to do is to take care of illegal taxes and the extortion, because these are showstoppers and erode the profitability of the business. And you see task force all over the place. And you are not even sure what you have. They can surprise you with additional taxes, extortions, and that makes the business rough in a way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, I'd like to ask you a similar question. For your own aspect of the business, are there one or two things from a practical standpoint that you think government can do better?
I think he already mentioned, not to belabor and to be repetitive, but I think the major thing would be in terms of policies that can support participants in the business or in the industry, such that we're not haggled with prices that we have to transfer to the end user. What we see is that, you have a lot of people that are looking for the technologies that use this gas that we promote or that we advance. But a lot of times, the issue is them being able to afford, whether it's the technology or the gas itself. So, and then he also mentioned, multiple taxes. You have, I can't remember what he said, but people coming in, disturbing your businesses, multiple levels of regulation, for you while you're operating your business. So I think the most important thing would be to see a harmonization of all of these stakeholders from the government level that seek to probably, regulate the operations such that it's not expensive for us and that we have to pass it on to our end users, who then have to bear the burden of the cost for the fuel and the technologies that use these fuels.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to ask Mr. Akon similar question. What is it that can make your business more prosperous, can make you want to do more, make you more efficient? That whether it's a regulator, whether it's a government, state, local government can do. What are those things you see that challenge you?
Yeah, thank you. But I'll probably like to take it in another form. And the other form I'll say is that for me, being an engineer, I would like localization of the technology. The fact that most of these things are imported, most of the infrastructure, the pipes, the stations are all imported. And with that, we can't really grow the system because sometimes you want to do a project, you have to import these things and it takes months. But if we have existing facilities at some of these things where they can be developed. And so all we need is government just needs to encourage them to produce these things. For example, in the first panel, they mentioned about the cascade, that you have to, most of them come from China. Whereas we have Samsung Center here, the Samsung yard, where these things can be produced. So in fact, you have a lot of yard in Port Harcourt as well. A lot of yard where, high pressure equipment can be produced. So why are we still importing them? So I believe policies from government to ensure that these things are done locally. One, you empower and the people, then engineers are trained, then they get experience on the technology that move the nation. Importing most of our technologies, for me, is not the way forward. Ensuring that we localize them, and then we have our engineers who are trained in school, and with this, the ripple effect is so much because from this, you can learn so many things. Imagine a country like China, like India, they bring their technology here, but they don't even have gas. They import gas from Nigeria, but they have the technology because the policies are there. The schools, in fact, I learned something recently that a university, some of the companies we have in Nigeria is a university in China that they develop their technology. They're experimenting with their technology and they bring it here because they have the platform to do that. And so for me, that's where I think the policy should be geared towards localization of the technology and ensuring that the knowledge is local and then we can produce these things here.
Thank you very much. For you, sir, next. What's the current level of conversion of CNG vehicles in Nigeria? And what are the barriers for vehicle owners? What are those barriers you see? And what would you like done to remove those barriers?
Thank you. Let me start from the last question before I go to the first one. The barriers I see, first of all, a lot of Nigerians are skeptical. They're not sure about the safety measures. This is where the National Orientation Agency comes in fully. There's been issues with 1 or 2 explosions, which was quite explainable by the PCNGI because of the use of substandard equipment. And to be very clear, an LPG cylinder was used to host CNG, which of course was the result was very easy to see. We would encourage that the government do a lot of orientation with Nigerians, because at the end of the day, they're the end users. But we in the private sector, we also have the responsibility of also doing our own work to be able to encourage the penetration of this. So for the first question, yes, the PCNGI has a vision of about 1 million cars. I remember 2 years back, it was just about less than 200 or thereabouts. So it is really, from my last check, I need to check this properly, but I mean, we have several thousands of cars converted. From my center alone, I know we've done quite a lot. And so if I have to put that with other centers, we've done close to about 10,000 if my calculations are correct here.
Okay. Thank you very much. Similar question around what you see, what you think government can do better to encourage more activities where you sit.
So let me start by commending PCNGI. I think they've pushed the awareness of CNG very effectively. In fact, too effectively. And the reason why I'm saying too effectively is because the awareness seems to be ahead of the infrastructure, right? So what the government needs to do, in my opinion, is to accelerate the infrastructure rollout, because the supply chain right now is still very inefficient. And it's funny because CNG as a product gives efficiency in the transportation of gas, but the supply chain of current CNG initiative is inefficient because we don't have enough distribution infrastructure. Now, I know that the government is pushing out a bunch of mother stations, about 27 mother stations is planned, and about 60 something daughter stations are planned already. But we need this to be accelerated, because if conversion jumps ahead of supply chain infrastructure, what happens now is, as PCNG representative mentioned, once you convert your car and you can't find gas, it's a disincentive, right? So you're rolling back that awareness that you're pushing aggressively by not having that infrastructure set up. So if the government should do something better, is to bring them at par. Conversion and infrastructure should be at par in terms of adoption.
Thank you very much. In your view, Mr. By 2030, what would a successful CNG deployment landscape in Nigeria look like? That is transitioning from petrol to CNG vehicles. By 2030, under what circumstances would you say it's been successful? And that's for him. That's for you, sir. Yeah.
Please, sorry, repeat it.
Yes. So,
sorry. What was the question again?
I said by 2030, what would you consider a successful CNG deployment landscape? What would that look like in Nigeria if it's successful? Okay. You give us percentages. For example, I was in Copenhagen 3 months ago or 2 months ago, and over 80% of taxis and Uber vehicles were, maybe 90% were electric, but other public transport, particularly buses, over 80% were CNG. That's my experience. Also in Paris. What do you see that? Would you consider that success in Nigeria, particularly for public transport? What would that landscape look like in 2030 for you to say it's been successful?
Okay. Again, I would also always refer back to PCNGI, because they have done tremendously well in terms of penetrating CNG into, especially the public sector transportation. As it was mentioned earlier, these kits came for free. So you just simply get your vehicle, drive in there, convert, and you're good to do. Sometimes if you have a good conversion engineer, it takes less than a day, and you're good to go. Now, it's cheaper than petrol, agreed. It's way cheaper. It gives your engine more life. However, by 2030, I do not want to be vague in my assumptions, but from what the penetration is being, our target is 1 million vehicles. And we are hoping that's in general. We're hoping that between now and that time, we should be able to go between at least average of that target. But then again, the private sector is also important. That is why banks here are encouraged. Like in our business in AXGAS, we've been able to partner with major companies, banks as well, to be able to make it easier for the private operators to also convert, so that they can pay in what we call pay small, small. So you can pay in instances probably from your salary or your earnings as well. But then again, more banks need to come up. We are currently dealing with Lotus Bank. We've just signed up with, we're trying to sign up with Zenith as well. So this allows, user base to increase. So it's easier and more convenient. But then again, we are still saddled with that challenge of, getting the gas infrastructure, getting daughter stations, because the commonly asked question is, when I convert, where do I refuel? I mean, I would give an example in this room. Please, how many people have their cars converted here? We are going to lock that door. So yeah, so we're aiming for about average. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Akon, from a technology standpoint, what role has AI played, or does AI advancement in technology, is there a distinction between what you did prior to now and concentrating or looking at doing CNG, more CNG EPC work? Has technology played any role? Has it improved things? Where are we in the country? And from a playing from a global village standpoint, are we far gone compared to other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, particularly say Ghana, or are we behind in terms of what you do and where you sit and see things?
I don't understand your question very well.
Okay. Okay, so what I'm saying is that
really-
prior to now, everyone did oil. You probably did EPC relating to oil work, maybe some other things. Now you're concentrating on CNG EPC contracts, right? Gas CNG EPC contracts. Compared to prior to this time, is there something technology is doing, particularly from an artificial intelligence standpoint, that is improved what you're doing currently? So it's a 2 or 3 in 1 question. Secondly, when it comes to doing a comparison with other countries around us, are we far ahead when it comes to the CNG play from an engineering standpoint, particularly using technology, or are we at par, or are we behind them? So those 2 questions.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I don't know why you're bombarding with so much questions as well. I guess because of my background, but I would say that the funny thing is I've never worked in any other sector. I've only been in gas, from university days when I did my CWES, that we call it then. So it's always been gas. So I did from operations to engineering to projects and to commercial. They've all been gas. Then I did a bit of power too. So I wouldn't really, be able to compare very well. But in terms of what has happened over of course, this time everybody knows CNG has really picked up, unlike before. I remember when I was part of the project that did the CNG station, that the mother station for GasLink, then Accela now. So we know when it started, and the only other company that had CNG then was probably Greenfall. I think they were the only one that had 1 station then. And so I've seen the industry grow from 1 mother station to now more than 10, and a lot more are also coming up on stream. So, the sector this policy has really, kickstart the industry in terms of people doing gas projects almost everywhere, even jobs opportunity, because a lot of people now, reach out, we're trying to do this, can you do this for us and do that for us? So, this is what I can do, this is what I cannot do. So improvement has come. AI, like, my friend there, Fuel Body, he was telling me about their technology where they're on your phone, they've done the technology in such a way that you can order for fuel anywhere, either LPG or CNG, and they've done that in India and some other countries. So AI really can play a lot of factor in terms of that to match, if you're in Lagos or you're in VI, AI can help you detect the closest filling station and probably the closest truck that's around you that can come and fill you. So we've not yet gotten to that, but I think with their coming into the country, they can probably help us with that, and something that we can also look out and find a way to do it much better. Now, so if you talk about across West Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa, definitely Nigeria has more technology. I'm able to say that because of also my involvement with PETAN. I know that PETAN try to, get a lot of contracts from other African countries. It's more like we are teaching them the local content policy and also the contracting about some of these jobs that, all these new companies, all these new countries in gas and oil across Africa are just coming into the industry. So, Nigeria is actually going there to teach them. And a lot of our companies have branches there now. So, we are way ahead of Ghana, I'm very sure, because I've been to Ghana to do a lot of projects, evaluation and all that. So, we are way ahead of them.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, how do you think we can improve on after sales and maintenance service to keep pace with rising CNG adoption? What are those things you think need to be done to ensure that, you don't adopt CNG and you get stuck when there's a challenge? What are those things you think can be done to improve that?
I think the major thing would be, again, sensitization, ensuring that the users, these are the people whose cars have been converted, right, understand the importance of, maintenance of their systems. And this is not only specific to CNG, I mean with gas itself. We keep on saying that gas is a safe fuel to use if used wisely, or if you understand, you know, how to use it and how to manage situations around it. So I think one thing that is key is to ensure that there is a lot of education around the use of the gas. Like he mentioned about the situation where there was an explosion and then somebody used an LPG cylinder for CNG. I think it's very, very key for end users to understand the differences between the gases, the kind of storage equipment that is used for them. I think it's also important that there's some kind of standardization across the conversion kits that are used, the centers where these conversions happen. I think that there's also a need for standardization, of course, will also ensure that you are able to go from one person to the other when necessary, when you need to carry out servicing or maintenance of your equipment. I don't think that there's anything like that for now. I think that there's so many manufacturers of these conversion kits, and then you have so many of the industry players partnering with all of these different OEMs. I'm not sure the extent to which they're sort of like uniform, because I'm also aware that there are grades to it. So I think if there's a way that we can push for a standardization of the conversion kits, that can also allow for flexibility in terms of where you can go to when it's time for you to, you know, to service your engines. And I mean, basically, it's the same thing that you have with any gas system, the valves, the lines, the storage. I think it just really boils down to ensuring that these centers have well-trained engineers that understand this. When your customers come in, you need to educate them on the importance of doing this, and then also making it easy for people to be able to access these services when it is required. Because people are naturally lazy, and the thought process is, if there's nothing happening right now, I'm not going to bother with it until an accident happens. But we don't want that to happen, because in the gas industry, one accident can set us back 5 years. So I think education is key, both for the people who are converting at the centers and then also for the end users.
Okay, I'll stay with you. One controversial question, maybe for each person. What happens if crude oil prices go to as low as $10 per barrel? Do you think people will still be keen on CNG? Because I'm of the view that if oil prices remain high or get higher, maybe there'd be encouragement. But because people are averse naturally to change, once what they are comfortable with is comfortable in terms of pricing, crude oil prices go to $10, $20, maybe even $40. People are probably not going to transition as quickly as we think. Is that right or wrong? What are your thoughts?
Are you talking about for those that haven't converted?
For those that haven't converted, yes. And several people haven't, right? Nobody here seems to have converted, because you asked that question and no one raised their hands. I haven't converted.
Okay.
So if my price is $40, $30, do you think there's hope for CNG, or everyone just says, well?
I want to believe so, because again, we talk from a power standpoint, from a cooking standpoint, if we look at gas generally, it's a cleaner fuel. So price aside, in terms of long-term use, in terms of operation, I think they will spend less as compared to your traditional crude-driven technology. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'd ask him, Mr. Durusa. Then I'll come to you. They speak about the AKK, the Ajaokuta Kaduna Kano. They speak about OBEN 3. You hear that there's integration of the Eastern and the Western, which is ELPS, Escravos Lagos. What then happens to CNG if you hear about Axela building or developing pipelines throughout the breadth of the Lagos Island, particularly Lekki and down, where we have a lot of PNG gas, pipeline gas. Is there any hope for CNG to continue to play any relevant role?
Yes. I tell you what, you cannot use PNG for vehicles. You have to compress it, put it in its trunk, just like you have a compartment for fuel in your car. Yes. The only thing that will be affected is gas for power generation. Don't forget, power generation are falling to the CNG because they don't have pipeline gas. And the moment CNG, it can be delivered to them as virtual pipeline transportation, then they will go for it.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Kao, you're going to say so. Oh, you got more to say? I thought you were done, sir.
I was going to say that the way I'm viewing things, sorry, this is not the right place, but the way I'm seeing things, EV will eventually challenge CNG or NGV. That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Kao, you were going to intervene. Oh, you've got something to say, ma'am? Maybe have time. Okay, Mr. Kao, yeah.
No, I just wanted to add that, it's going to be hard. The question you asked about if the price of crude oil goes down, that means petrol and diesel are cheaper, will people still switch to CNG? Yeah, so definitely because of price, they may not want to switch, but there are other advantages, not just about price to CNG, which was what I went to state that, you have the fact that it is cleaner. You have the fact that, it's you can't steal it. Like they steal diesel, so, that advantage is there. So what you're using is and the fact that even for maintenance, your engines go for less maintenance when you use gas compared to diesel. Either it is car or truck, or a car that is using CNG will go for less maintenance because it's cleaner, so you don't have to go and service and all that more. And so those are things I went to state.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. You do conversion. Do you really think, because a few months ago we woke up to hear that a particular country, now I don't remember what that country was, some cars are caught fire and they're rolling back their CNG plans, and they had concerns, and besides they didn't make the sort of success they thought they would make. Maybe only 5% of the country, and they had done it for like 20 years. Only 5% of the country. I don't remember what country that is. I'm sure you remember. Malaysia, yes. Only about 5% or less of the population, and it was mostly commercial vehicles that converted. And people were rolling back and were going back to PMS, right? And AGO. What's different in Nigeria? And you'd hear stuff about in the 1980s, Nigeria and Malaysia on the same level, the issues around palm oil, palm kernel, all of those sort of stuff. It would appear from an economic standpoint, even from a population and cultural standpoint, we're not completely different countries. Why do you think it failed or rather, why do you think it succeeded in Nigeria when it failed in a country like Malaysia? What's changed?
Okay, I'd like to deal with cases as per the client where you operate. An average Nigerian driver or user, CNG sounds strange to them because I grew up knowing petrol and AGO or diesel. And the prices of those particular substance products have been determined by so many factors that we already know. So an advent of an additional source of energy that is cheaper, first of all, attracts the interest of the commercial users. Now, yes, I agree that there has been incidences around the world to change the minds of I haven't carefully studied the reason why the Malaysian space decided to withdraw, but let me speak from the advantage of the place I know and I operate. We have done a lot of advocacy, especially as private users, to be able to educate people. We have a touch and feel. In my car, I constantly, we have like a CNG kit. We also have the 65 cylinder that I take almost everywhere to show people that this is what it looks like, the touch and feel, so that they see how it works. Now, we would also reiterate here that the cylinders, the conversion is absolutely safe in Nigeria. The cases we have heard, again, has been a case of using an LPG cylinder, which is about 22, 23 bar, 30 bar, I guess, versus a 250 bar, pressure. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So we would always advise, please visit a certified CNG operator. I would easily recommend a few, but for the purpose of business, I'll say AX Gas, which is my company. But then again, right next to me, the gentleman here is from Mesovest, and they also convert as well, so that I would not be assassinated before I leave here. However, I think, Mr. Moderator, I would like to specifically say that our own conversion system here is absolutely safe. We have put in a lot of work to be able to guarantee the public. And I hope that the rest of the very beautiful audience here would leave here making up their minds to convert, not just referring to the cases in, explosion and Malaysia and what have you, but just to throw this in. Countries who have decided to revert to the use of petrol and diesel and all that, Nigeria stands unique because we actually produce all these things. We have a good deposit of gas, as you already know. Unfortunately, over the years, we've not been efficient about it, but thank God for the awareness that is in place now. So we have a huge advantage over those countries in terms of gas penetration, and we intend to use it, and the gas space has come to stay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. For you, sir, what do you predict 10 years from now? What do you see? CNG, EV, petrol. Do you think, or is your belief that if you wanted to rate 1, 2, 3, 10 years from now, would it be EV, CNG, PMS, or how do you think it will play out 10 years from now, and why?
Okay, before I answer that question, just a little disclaimer, because when you're predicting, just expect to be wrong. Sometimes everybody, when the richest man in Africa was building a refinery to produce diesel and PMS, everybody said, this man is mad, he'll never be profitable. All of a sudden, a bunch of refineries are being planned after they've seen the short success with Dangote. So one has to be careful when predicting, but there are certain variables that you can, get some insight from. Let's be very objective about this, not to, just stick your hand in the finger on the sky and just put out numbers. But the advantage we have in this country, let's focus on that first. And let's not lose sight of the purpose of this initiative. Nigeria has proven gas reserves, 200 trillion scoff, and unproven 600, right? We have an abundance of this product. So it's not what everybody else will do in 10 years, but the measure of success to me is how productive you've made that abundant supply of a product. That's the success we're going to achieve as a country, right? So let's tackle it from that approach. I mean, looking at current globalization initiatives, if you looked at that 3 years ago, 4 years ago, everybody would have predicted that in 2 years, it would be renewables, or in 5 years. And then Oga Trump comes in and some people are talking about coal, right? So I'm not going to predict, but let's just focus on the initiative, the abundance of gas, and let me quickly take a step back to a separate question that you asked, because that's very important. When you said what happens to the incentives if oil price goes down to $10, let's look at it from an economics perspective. In terms of supply, there's no reason why gas, if the efficiencies were well laid out and planned out, if oil prices go down to $10, then gas prices should go down to $1, right? What is lacking is over decades, there's been an intentional infrastructure push in the oil sector that has been able to create an efficient supply chain all over to the last mile. And in this pioneering initiative, we're trying to replicate the same. But if that's successfully done, and as I mentioned earlier on this panel, if infrastructure is being pushed out at an accelerated rate to create efficiencies in distribution, and also in parallel, this is very important because everything has to be done in parallel, not sequentially, for this to succeed. In parallel, also look at the upstream inefficiencies and solve that in terms of pricing and de-dollarizing a lot of the pricing dependencies on the dollars from the pricing perspective on gas and making that more local. And you create a supply chain with that. There is no reason why gas would not be always cheaper than crude, just because of the supply, the abundance of gas. So hopefully I answered both questions.
Yes, you have. I mean, my concern was around people getting comfortable with what they currently do. So even at times, I feel that even where gas is cheaper, people who already use petrol, PMS, and feel PMS is much cheaper than it used to be. There's no incentive, even if gas is cheaper. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but that's the way I see it. But just one set of questions, I think maybe coming to chase me now, or maybe they can take one more set of questions and we round off with them. We can take from the audience. Sir, what singular thing, you sir, yes, what singular thing do you think the government can do that does destroy all of this? Is there one thing that, you know, if government does do this, it's off, all better off?
You want to get me in trouble. I think, you know, well, policies really matter, especially when it comes to initiatives like this. Policies by this, I mean, you know, it drives the initiative. If you look at what happened with the PCNGI model, I'm not going to go into direct details, but there was a gap somewhere and it probably stifled or killed the momentum. However, government has to maintain momentum. Government has to be able to keep driving, because whether you like it or not, a lot of people believe the government, no matter how you see them. Once the government says or endorses anything, it becomes, you know, very viable, especially to the public. So I would say government should, instead of looking at one bad thing, I would say the government instead should keep giving out, you know, very positive policies, allow us to access cheaper funding to be able to raise the infrastructure, allow us to be able to have tax incentives. Thank God for the waivers that comes with, you know, importing the kits. But then again, I expect that the government will do more, especially the Lagos state government. I wish we invited some of them here, because running a CNG, oh, they're here, sir. Okay. So please, everybody comes to the CNG yard. They think we are an oil refinery. So we're going to encourage that government gives us less, you know, pressure to be able to have a more structured tax system, if you like. I think I'll just speak as a business owner from that point of view. So I'd like to see more positives in that light here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From a local content standpoint, do you think the government needs to do more or do you think enough is being done from a local content standpoint, particularly relating to CNG? Is there something you think can be done?
Yeah, definitely. Like I stated earlier, a lot needs to be done in terms of localizing the technology, the supply chains. Cascades are not there, are not made here. The conversion kits are imported. Even the softwares that run those are all imported. So some elements of those can be localized. We can develop the softwares. We have fabrication yards in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, in Delta that can produce some of this equipment. And of course, we have engineers. So, because I've been in sector, I know that what we call PRMS, the daughter stations, some of them we're already fabricating them locally. And so, you just need to make it like a law or make it like a policy that they must be done locally, because a lot of them are still being imported. Whereas what it takes to make them is not much. It doesn't even take a rocket science or a rocket engineer to do that. So localizing it, putting policies in place so that a lot of these things can be, and then we can, that is when we get the full benefits. We always forget that as African countries. We only, raw material we export and just, bring refined product. Whereas the full benefit is gotten when you process, when you have those things. Because one, like I said, the engineers will be employed. That's employment. That's tax for the government. That is some families taking care of, brothers, sisters, and the likes. And then the economy will also feel the effect, because when those guys have those knowledge, they can even use it for more. We can start from CNG and then graduate to LNG production in terms of manufacturing. So a lot can be done if there's in fact, that's what I would have thought, that they would have put all these things in place before the policy, so that as you make the policy, then it's easy for all those things to be in place. In terms of going to schools, ensuring that your university graduates, your engineers know the technology before you, put them into place, so that's how you get the benefit. Because let me not lie to you, this policy, the benefit is gotten mostly in China and in India, because that's where the money goes to get the equipment. So the real thing the advantage we get is that the gas is in the ground and then we are selling the gas. But the real money, and the funny thing is that when you localize the technology, which is what is done in China, these equipment we are buying for $600,000, $400,000. A Nigerian engineer can do it at $100,000. So it's cheaper for you. And so you can replicate. You don't even need so much money to do those things. So, we need to localize it. That's the way forward.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, politics versus policy. Which will, if it goes wrong, more adversely affect what you currently do? Politics versus policy. Which do you think is more likely to adversely affect what you currently do? And could be both, right?
I don't even know how to answer that question.
So bad policy, bad politics, which is more likely to affect?
Let me just err on the side of caution and just say both. So yeah, because I mean, we're already affected by both, honestly, right? I think politics constantly changing, policy not effective. So really, I think I would just stay there in the middle and say both of them would adversely affect and continue adversely affect our business. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sir, we have a lot of interesting laws, regulations around commercialization, development, technology, infrastructure, all of those. What single practical issue do you face as a business, and what do you think can be done to take that out? That, if that's done, 50, 60, 70% of your problems are over. What's that singular challenge that you face? Singular most important challenge. Is it import duty exemption that in practice you don't get? Is it some local government guys come in politics every now and then to collect money, multiplicity of tax? What's that single thing that once it's out, you think you're in good business, much better than you were previously?
Well, you said it all. in a way. We only need enabling environment in all that we do. I cannot go on to say, do this and do that. I can give examples of what enabling environment is. Rule of law, justice, equity, and fair play. Don't stop a man wrongly. You have to be just to him, and every other thing will follow. That's the way I can summarize it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. So we'll take questions from you. 2 questions,
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen.
Let's just take like 2. We are like 10 minutes behind plan on this session, and I don't want it to affect the other session. 2 questions. 1, 2. That's okay. Thank you. So, my question is.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Onosoya Alan Babatunde. I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm a director under a cement distribution company, Moshibala Tonshegun Onosoya Nigeria Limited. I have just a question. I've been here since about 11 a.m. and I've been listening to speakers speaking. I noticed that to differentiate between car and trucks, mostly the energy was being directed towards the car aspects of logistics. What is the government doing towards we are using some old trucks that we are ready to convert to the CNG? What is the government's initiatives towards people like that? Because not everybody that will have the facility to buy a new truck, a new CNG truck. Is there any government plan that is backing people in those sectors?
Thank you. Last question here.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tosin Hashimi, representing Bison Compression. My question goes to Mr. Fola and the PICNG rep in the House. It centers on the deployment of the MRU to 15 university in Nigeria. Now, my question is, what model are we putting in place to run those MRU facilities to ensure that they operate optimally and to ensure sustainability? Also, what arrangement are we putting in place to refer those MRU? Are we going to run it on a PPA partnership, or the university administration going to be responsible for buying the gas to refer the MRU? And thirdly, those MRU at the university, are they going to be open for external use or just for internal use only? In the area of the PICNG, we've done a lot of analysis, and I think PICNG is doing a lot of, great work nowadays in terms of advertising the auto gas mobility framework. Now, we in the OEM, in the OEM industry, or from the OEM perspective, queue at the filling station does not automatically represent available market. So there are a lot of factors that may be responsible for the queue. One of them is technology development, and the second one may be the pricing structure. And I know PICNG is working early nowadays to ensure to regulate the pricing framework for the auto gas CNG, because now the market operates just on willing buyer and willing seller. Now, the price framework for the auto gas, what is PICNG doing to regulate it and ensure that the average Nigeria can obtain CNG at any filling station? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If I allow my brother to continue the question, So we'll allow our panelists to do justice to those 2-3 questions, then we'll lock down this session.
Thank you. Okay, let me just, I think the second question is for the first panel. But let me attempt the question from the first gentleman over there. Okay, yes, there is conversion provision for trucks. So it's not limited to, the four-wheel vehicles, buses and regular cars. But trucks don't currently enjoy the subsidy that comes from the government. So you have to convert the trucks on your own expense. However, that is why we are teaming up with several banks to be able to ease the burden of instant conversion. For instance, you want to convert a truck because it's diesel powered, it's more expensive than converting a regular vehicle. So for us as a company, we also have partnered with the likes of Toyota Nigeria to be able to have more space around the Apapa area, so that where you have a lot of trucks going in and out of the seaport, so we can do more conversions there. It's already approved that trucks can use CNG. It's not anything new now. Even Mr. Dangote has also proved that model. So we can talk offline if you want, and I'll be able to give you more information on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moderator, you have your final comment?
I don't have anything to say than to thank the panelists. I'm very grateful, and to thank everyone else seated here. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you so much. Mr. President, sir, we were going to make the plaques for the first panel session, but I think nature took you out. Now, God and nature are brought you in again. So we'd like to please urge you to do this. And the previous session, previous panelists, please hold on. We'll get this out. Then we'll have the president give the plaques to our discussant for the first session. Okay. First, as I have it here, is the moderator, Dr. Ayode Leoni. Put your hands together for Dr. Ayode Leoni. Thank you, sir. Shola Akano. Akano. No, this is Akano, sir. This is AK. Yes, so that's an error of, so it's supposed to be Shola Akano, not Akano. Thank you so much. Isioma Martins. Thank you, ma. Basi, Andre? Put your hands together for Basi, please. Thank you. Tosin Thompson. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Dr. Aloduru, special one for you, sir. Thank you, sir. For our first panelist, please, I'll call out your names. Engineer Emeka Heme. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Godwin Okodua. Our in-house. The representative of our commissioner, Commissioner Abiodun Ogunleye, please let's have Engineer Adedayo please come to receive this. Let's put our hands together for the representative of the commissioner, please. Thank you, Engineer. Thank you, sir. Are we good? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir. All right. The program with us asked me to allow us go for lunch now. That's the period. But I know that we are not hungry, so of course, looking at the faces, beautiful faces, handsome faces shows that we are full. So permit me to allow you stay more full while we take the third panel session. I assure you after that time, we do our photographs, then, vote of thanks. During the networking, then we can sit down. I love pounded yam, and I believe we have enough of that here today. Say yes. That's all right. So we will skip the lunch time, please. Then do what is next. Thereafter, we'll come back to the lunch time so that we can have a very good time. Sorry, the chairperson of the group wants to confirm two things. One of the panelists on the next panel is on his way. I think almost there. So she needs to confirm that. Then we also need to be sure that the lunch is ready. So we are looking at if you could take the lunch while we expect the panelists, or so she wants to just want to confirm. Once she does that, it to inform us of what we do next. So just give me 1 minute, let her confirm. If the lunch is ready, we'll go for the lunch. If not, we will do the panel session. She's doing just that. She wants to confirm where we are. It's a good opportunity for you to do networking, to begin the networking session early. You can begin to talk to someone sitting beside you or across your table, how you could do business, exchange cards, and all. While we wait for the chairpersons on, either we go for lunch or we go to the last panel session for today. She'll get back to us. She's working tirelessly at the back to know what to do. Chairperson, any word for me? Hadi, any word for me? Okay, so we'll do the lunch now. Please sit where you are, don't worry. They will bring your pack to you. That's what she told me. So that's a good way to also still do your networking while they serve us at our seats. Yes, they are bringing the lunch in already, so that we don't need to stress ourselves. I told you I love pounded yam, so I believe my own is reserved. So permit me to drop the microphone and come back after our lunch. Let's begin service from the front row. That way is better. And I think I have the authority to tell you not to serve anyone standing. So please, let's serve those that are seated. Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I'd like us to go back to our various seats. Let's get back to our various seats. Doctor, please, let's leave Godwin Okodua. We will get back to networking later, please. Let's get back to our various seats. We'd like to move to what is next. We have a proper session for networking. It's always appropriate that we keep to what it is. Let's find somewhere to sit down. Please do sit down, please. We like to move. Just because of your time, we don't like to keep you here waiting. We like to go to what is next. If you are standing up, you are the one delaying us. Just check where you are. Are you standing up? You are sitting down. If you are standing up, you are delaying us. Two men are standing up, still talking. They are delaying us. Thank you. Thank you. To lead us at the third panel session is our sister, well prepared. I've seen her today, and she made a comment the other time. Ms. Adelanke Dayo Adepoju. Put your hands together for Adelanke Dayo Adepoju, please. She has, for the next 40-45 minutes, to have the discussion with the discussant. I don't know them. She does. You want to be here? Okay. She will then introduce them, bring them up stage, and do the needful for the next 40-45 minutes. I'll come back after that time, then to wrap up the day. Adelanke, your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. I am the one between your lunch, I believe. Do we have more lunch after the snacks? No. Okay. Apologies. But yeah, this conversation is framed around policy frameworks, partnerships for CNG scale-up. However, the panel prior to mine already spoke about the policies, and it's important that I highlight the technical part of it, so there'll be an infusion, because we have a lot of key players on our panel. All right, I'd like to invite Mr. Godwin Okunduwa, CEO of LPG in Nigeria. Please, a round of applause as he comes in. All right, next, Mr. Babajide Oguntibileyi, KHNL, Business Development Manager. Welcome. Representing Mrs. Ritu, we have Chris Oyebuke from Greenville. He's the regional head, Southwest. Welcome. Next, we have Mr. Niraj Gupta. I hope I haven't butchered that name. Please correct me. I'm good? Perfect. All right. He is from Contact Global. He's the business head, Nigeria, for Contact Global. Welcome, sir. All right. I think that's all for now. So we'll start by introducing yourselves, your name of your company. Sorry. Okay, he's here. Okay. We have Mr. Adebisi Adebutu. Apologies, sir. Managing Director, CEO of Biswal. Welcome, sir. Sincere apologies, sir. So quickly, we'll just run through the panel and you just introduce yourself, name of your company, and what your current operations covers. Starting from the left side of the panel.
Yeah, once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow panelists. My name is Godwin Okodua, and I wear several hats. At LPG Nigeria, we run an LPG advocacy and data sharing platform. At Genego Networks Limited, we run an LPG trading platform. And at CCNA Climate Credit Network Africa, we are a carbon financing company. So several hats I'm wearing this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Neeraj Gupta. I belong to a company called Fuel Buddy, which is from India. So we have recently done a joint venture with Contact Global Energy Limited in Nigeria, and we are into a doorstep delivery of energy at various parts of the world. And now we are looking to expand our business in Nigeria for the distribution of CNG at the doorstep and other fuels or energy forms at the doorstep.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ogunsimaye Babajide. I work with Aquale Hydrocarbon Nigeria Limited in the capacity of business development management manager. So it's a subsidiary of Sterling Global. So at the moment, my capacity is to we're trying to develop our sector in power and auto gas. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chris Onyebueke. I work with Greenville LNG. I'm regional head for Southwest, and I'm here representing my MD today, Mrs. Ritu Sajawala. Many of you know Greenville. We are the foremost and still the only producers and distributors of liquefied natural gas in country for the domestic market. We're not talking about Nigeria LNG now, they are big brothers. We also do condensates, we do propane and LPG. And recently we've launched what we call our LCNG model across the country. Let me just say a little bit of what we've done and what a bit of our capability statement and some of the things we've done and what we're even still, further going to do. We have put in about $800 million worth of investment, self-funded, into the Nigerian economy. We are the definition of virtual pipeline. If you look at the country today, we are the definition of virtual pipeline. We are still the only company to take natural gas to northern Nigeria. And we are even able to take beyond northern Nigeria. And we have a fleet of over approximately 700 tanker trucks with cryogenic technology. We are the first and only organization with that has fired, or better yet, fueled its trucks with LNG, all our fleet. I just mentioned 700 and still counting. And maybe I should hold it here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Adibisi Adibutu from Bizwall Limited. I'm overwhelmed. After what I've heard, I don't know how to. What I do is tiny. I think I shall come before him. I run a company called Bizwall Limited. We manage about 1,000 cell sites for one of the co-location companies. In managing them, we provide power to the cell sites. In providing the power, we use generators which we assemble locally. Those generators are powered by propane. I think we are the only ones who are currently doing that. We're consuming about 2,000 metric tons of propane every month. We transport that propane in the virtual pipeline with trucks that we own. They are not powered by CNG, they're powered by diesel, but we're hoping to get to LNG eventually. I believe that we are about to expand that now, as the concept has been proven for the last 4 years. We could get to a point where we're doing close to 30,000 metric tons of propane every month, domestic. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. So my name is Lanke Dayo Adepoju, Adelanke Dayo Adepoju. I'm a gas and renewable specialist at MIMAN, that's the Major Energy Marketers Association of Nigeria. And essentially, we are an association that advocates for policy change and reforms for the downstream marketers. And I handle everything that relates to gas and renewables and exploring the future of the downstream. So that being said, it's important that we have this conversation around. I know that the last session did talk about policy, and we have a lot of footprints as well on the panel from the LPG space as well. So we would like to take some of your experiences from the LPG and see how we can influence the CNG space as well. So I'll be starting with you, sir, Mr. Godwin. And the question is, what data and monetary systems must be mandated to track progress and inform policies? What to measure? I mean, you highlighted that in your panel session around data, but what do you think we could do to improve that? I mean, there are concerns around what do we really track to be able to see that there's progress and there's increase in the market?
Yes. Thank you very much. Very interesting question. Because what you don't measure, you can't manage, and data opacity is one of the issues in the industry, and that's why I started LPG in Nigeria. LPG in Nigeria started on Facebook. We're just talking about LPG, then we started, sharing depot prices, and people jumped into it. I remember that during those period, there was PPPRA. PPPRA was merging to DPR to become NMDPRA. So PPPRA used to publish on a monthly basis what the LPG supplied into country from NLNG, from BRT, from imports, from Umutu, from Greenville, everything was there. And I remember way back, we used to have a monthly performance report where you have, because we could see where all the molecules went to the depot, we would not have depot performance report, NIPO versus Matrix. I remember that year, it was a Matrix year. Matrix was doing about 4%. You could tell because that's what data does for you. So PPPRA used to, on a monthly basis, share data. When that merging happened, when we had the NMDPRA, we lost it. I mean, we can always go back there. It's not something it's not something novel. It's something we've done before. We can get back to it. And during the last session, we talked about demand data for CNG. How do we know? Because it's a major issue. There are a lot of people, even in this room, trying to invest in CNG, but where's the demand? Yes, we said there is a supply issue. Good. But we want to see demand, we want to see the trajectory. How is it growing? So that every person who has invested in CNG today, you should clap for that person. It's not easy. So, and that's why I'm interested in Farmadec, who cited the university use case. And I asked him, so how do you make money? So an easy way is because what the pricing, what they call mobility pricing for this CNG to cars is called mobility pricing, and there's a certain amount. There's a certain pricing lower than the benchmark price that the IOCs, would use to supply the marketers in the system, such that you and I can buy. So CNG, you will not get CNG for 250 or 270 at the normal rate, but you could get CNG for maybe 400 or 300 or 500, depending on how much the IOC supplies the investor who has a model station, for instance. So how do you track the molecules going into the vehicle? Because CNG can also be used for industrial. Somebody asks, is it only for vehicle? Yeah, it has always been used for industrially. If you look at Orienta using LNG to power their turbines, you have Intercontinental using CNG to power the hotel. So CNG is not new; it's been there, but this time we want to optimize the use of CNG. We want to scale it through truck. Through vehicles. Now, how do you measure it? You can measure it through telemetry. There's something Climate Credit Network Africa is working on. The other hat I wear. So we are trying to grow the LPG market. How do we want to grow the LPG market? We want to use carbon financing to enable users to have access to cylinders and even gas on credit what we want to achieve is that we want to achieve the growth from 1.5 million tons where we are today to probably 2 million to 3 million to 5 million. Carbon financing can also help even users. 90% of us here, we've not converted our trucks. 2 reasons. We look at the money. Okay, why do I want to? The PMS price is not killing me. Why do I want to change? Secondly, if I change, do I even have access to the gas? So that's all data anyway. So carbon financing helps. Carbon financing will help new users use CNG. Even LPG, my first love, right? Carbon financing, how would carbon financing help you track? This is how they help you track, because carbon financing enables you to earn carbon credits. When you can show that your project reduces CO2 emissions, then you can earn carbon credits. So if you're deploying money to acquire equipment to track your gas usage, then it can be very expensive. How do you get it back? Carbon financing. The money you get from carbon credits can help you, get that money back. But it must start from a PCNGI, for instance. There has to be, we're talking to PCNGI. I want to see how, they've not bought it yet, but they want to see how it can trickle down from there. If PCNGI says, yes, we're good to go, everybody will line up. And it's going to be such that the ordinary users can actually earn carbon credit. So if I spend 900,000 on my 6-cylinder vehicle to convert, then I can, within 10 years, within a period of 10 years, earn carbon credit for it. At the end of the day, you may see me getting back all my money, for it. So that's one way we could make this happen, and it's quite practical.
Thank you so much, Mr. Godwin. With that being said, he's touched on incentives or putting around ways government can put around structures to enable growth and adoption. So next, Mr. Gupta, you will be speaking on, and the question is, how should government design incentives to avoid market disruption and ensure sustainable private returns?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. And before answering your question, I think what is the first thing which we need to look into this Nigerian ecosystem is that government needs to make the entry plan for the investors or those who are looking to make an ecosystem on the CNG gasification or gasification of Nigerian ecosystem. The entry has to become very comfortable for them. The ease of entry, ease of approvals, all those things has to be looked into first. The framework needs to be designed in such a way that any manufacturer, local manufacturer who wants to work with any joint venture partner from other country can work together very easily and get all those single window approval process should be there. And a unified process and policies will help these kind of a local manufacturer to motivate them to do a joint venture with the foreign partners for developing these things. As a framework, I think the safety framework needs to be designed, and this framework has to be unified across all the industries and all the users per se. Because like in India, we have an authority called PESO, which is the Petroleum Energy and Safety Operation Standards. So these kind of a things needs to be taken from a government as an initiative from other countries where these kind of a solutions has been developed. And these framework, I think it will take not longer time if government wants to adopt them because they are readily available. They have already been tried and tested in various parts of the world. So I think that will be the one thing. As rightly mentioned by you, data very important. When these data will be easily available, the government will be able to take decisions better. But you can't measure, you can't control. And that's how we believe the government has to take those initiatives on that part. At Fuel Buddy, we are India's first and the Asia's largest doorstep fuel delivery services. We worked on various things in terms of an AI programs where we can tell at which particular station in Nigeria, how many vehicles have moved into that particular station yesterday or today. We have done all kind of a geographical mapping of the stations available in Nigeria in terms of where a CNG is available, where petrol is available, where diesel is available. And we can also, with the help of the AI tools which are available, we can map how many buses, trucks or cars has been moving to these stations. Tomorrow, the challenge is that today we are pushing for a conversion. But after conversion, the availability of the resources or CNG is the most important factor which customer is looking for. If I have a car which has been converted into a CNG, I should know what is my nearest station where I can go and get my CNG filled. At the same time, if there are mobile facilities available, if government allows that solution to Nigeria, he will be able to see that which is the nearest station which can come where I can place an order on the app and come and fill a CNG at my doorstep. Why do I need to go to a station for that? Because when we are talking about saving energy cost or carbon emission, 100 vehicles going to one station rather than one station coming to 100 vehicles to fill. That will save a lot of energy in transit, because which is the dead milers typically. So we have worked out all those solutions in India and UAE and various parts of Africa also. And we are looking forward for the government support and the local partner support to build that kind of solution available in Nigeria also.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, so we're going next to Mr. Babajide. And your question, I mean, you're from the commercial space, and this question is essentially on the markets. You know, understanding how can the government from all levels, federal, state, local, coordinate to avoid fragmented markets in the CNG space?
Look, so I feel at the moment the government at all tiers, both the federal, the state, and the local government should probably have a coordinated forum, a coordinated committee that will probably roll out uniform policies on conversion, on safety, on pricing. Because at the moment, different states in the country have different framework, different timeline for most of their cars, infrastructures, and policies. But I feel like for us going forward, going to the next level, we have to have a uniform, a centralized, where both the federal, the state, and the local government are all in one room to decide what this should be on safety, what it should be on pricing, what it should be on conversion, what should be on the whole overview of the CNG program. So I feel like that is the way we should go.
Thank you very much. I wish PCNGI was in here. I believe they have commenced engagements state on state, and so essentially we'll go to the next question, which is for Mr. Chris, and it's centered around, you know, best practices. What could we take from the international market on adoption, increasing adoption in the country for successful CNG program? What are we not doing currently that we could do better on?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'll want to commend the efforts made so far by the PCNGI and the regulators, the NMDPRA. But it was, I think somebody mentioned in this hall earlier that there's been a bit of some gap, you know, since after the PIA, where we now have the NUPRC separated from the NMDPRA. So data, you know, doesn't flow like it used to. So I want to say, in adopting best practices, we could look at countries like India and other countries that have made a success, you know, story out of their own gas market. Safety is the first thing I would want to talk about. You know, sometime about this time last year, we had to manage some crisis. There was an explosion somewhere in Edo State, and that set the PCNGI back a little bit. So they had to do a lot of work to clean up that mess. And of course, you know, the diesel, or so to speak, the cartel for liquid products, of course, would fight back because that's like displacing them and taking their market. So we need to do a whole lot of sensitization around safety. CNG goes with a lot of pressure, so people should know what sort of vessels, and we shouldn't, that should be first priority, because if we want to let CNG go become our first resort to fueling, then we have to guarantee ourselves and ensure the country that it is a safe means of a safe type of fuel to use. So it's very necessary we look at safety. And yeah, still in line with that, we could begin to look at how to go beyond just setting up conversion centers and funding them, but to begin to certify the sort of conversions done, and to ensure that they're not only in line with safety, but other technical requirements for CNG. For me, there's also the commercial side to it, beyond the regulatory and safety and technical. We can also look at the commercials. Lately, there's been a bit of a bubble in the CNG market, especially for industry. We have a lot of arbitrage going on, and we've been trying to address that. There is a subsidized price, so to speak, $1.57 for auto gas, for CNG. And a lot of people now compress this same gas and take to industry. So you're taking out other people's investment. You are setting other investors stranded because you're offering cheaper gas to the same market. And that's like arbitrage. You're diverting a product for one thing to the other. Gas, basically, in the gas pricing regime in Nigeria is based on your use, for gas. Gas to power, gas to industry, gas to transportation are not all priced, at the same. So we also need to begin to tighten regulatory loose ends and monitoring, surveillance, market surveillance, to be able to have this well nipped in the bud before it distorts the market completely. Yeah, that's what comes to mind.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. That's perfect. I mean, you've talked about safety, and when we speak on gas, you can't overemphasize the safety of gas. So that leads us to the next question for Mr. Adebutu. It's how should policymakers address safety concerns and public perception to accelerate adoption?
Thank you very much. I think when it comes to gas, I think one of the biggest misconceptions is the issue of safety. Everybody's afraid it's going to blow up. It's going to kill me, so I don't want to see it. But I think educating the people is probably the single most important thing. If I ask a question now, where can I find the safety standards, the standards for CNG storage in Nigeria? I'm sure you don't know where to get it. It should be a simple, easy public document that's available to everybody to see. So I think in government making that information available in a manner that is trusted, easy to understand, allows for adoption. And once it's adopted, you have 1 million users who are self-checking constantly. If you understand, say for the big users or pressure relief valves, or they need to be certified and checked, changed every 5 years, etc. So if that information is out there and it's public knowledge, certificates that need to be had is out there and it's public knowledge, it's very easy for the users to ask a simple question. If you're bringing CNG to me, can you make sure they come with their certificates? I want to see when last they were tested, their pressure tests were done, etc. So I think it's very simple. Let people know what they're looking out for, and everybody will look out for it. So a campaign by government on what needs to be done, it makes things easy. For example, on the sites that we manage, we picked out, because we couldn't find, we went to a central position. We took the US standard, we took the UK standard, and we said, okay, well, this is best practice. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. And by the way, we don't need to redo it. It's been done. We'll copy it and we'll move on from there. We will indigenize it eventually, but I think it's a starting point. You want to pick up a child, you go to the floor. The guys who have done it, we take what they've done, we start from there, and then we'll grow from there. So I think it's a very easy thing to do if we just follow what's been done before. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have the last question for everyone, and they've requested that we shrink our session to 30 minutes. So in 2 minutes, I'll ask everyone PCNG has spoken on the partnerships they've done, and that's some public-private partnerships that have been structured. And essentially, it's what public-private partnership structure have proven effective in Nigeria, and what else could they do to improve that kind of collaboration and partnership? So just have comments and from everyone on that topic. So starting from you, Mr. Godwin, is that okay?
Yeah, I think we don't even need to go far with that. If you look at the MDGIF, we have several notable success stories from MDGIF, from LPG to LNG to EPC pipeline, several of them, and the opportunity is still there. Really, I think now we need to. Biswal talked about transparency, so to speak. Yeah, one of the things he talked about is transparency. We need to be as transparent as, so that everyone sees what's going on. I mean, it's not, information should not be, kept by a few. It should be available. The opportunities for investment in the industry should be out there. I think that's what needs to be out there. Because every now and then people are asking, what do I do? What do I do to get in? You understand? And for MDGIF, I think they should be able to play more with data, because if the market is flooded with data they need, they would not be able to satisfy the required investment. The market is waiting. The market will jump at the opportunity if they have enough data to make it. So that those who are already going for MDGIF are those who have insider information, really. Yes, MDGIF works, but it can be much better if they make data more available. Thank you.
I think in my view, the concessional tax benefits or incentives which already the government has been giving, but the more tie-up with banks, if the national banks are available, which can help to support the investors or the manufacturers in this country to get easy finance or the cheaper finance, because the rate at which the financing is happening in Nigeria, I think it's very high. So government needs to do subsidized rate reductions on that side, and that will help really to promote the public-private partnership here. That is one thing which I believe for the growth of any industry, if you look at any developing country, you need to have that kind of a support to provide to those investors in terms of financing, in terms of tax benefit, in terms of rate benefit, which can help to motivate them to invest more into that kind of a businesses.
Thank you.
So, in my own opinion, I feel the private sector should drive the retail end of the business, or the government can always come into support. Like, for instance, NNPC can probably have provision of modal stations and corridors for supporting the industry. But I feel like over time, the little gains we've seen in this industry has been driven by the private sector. And I feel like if we're supported, I feel like they should go on with what we've been doing. And probably government can come in with grants, come in with what they've been doing, subsidies on price and everything. But I just feel like the private sector should be the one to drive the industry.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll be as quick as possible. So the MDGIF is, notable, and we all see fruits, good results from it. But let's not also forget that there is the Nigerian Content Intervention Fund, and there is also, well, I'll call this a government initiative, but then could also be a bit rejigged to have the PPP coloration to it.
That is the flare commercialization program, because, you know, there's been a whole lot of awardees, but they're not able to unlock, you know, those resources, those assets, because of several other bottlenecks that goes to regulation, you know. So I think there should be a sort of smooth handshake somewhere between the private investor and the government agency or commission that has made that possible. But then, you know, sensitization and data information is a key to a whole lot of this. If we can have a sort of collaboration between the regulatory bodies and the private sector, where information can flow and investors can take decisions, financiers can also be informed. And back a little bit to the Nigerian Content Intervention Fund, we need to begin to look at how to domesticate, or how to what's the right word now? We need to begin to have homegrown technology, or better yet, learn to do reverse engineering, like the Asian countries, because it's key. You know, gas price is going to be you know, still on the high side for the critical mass for purchasing power. You see how it affects the value chain down to power generation and distribution and retailing. Also, for our SMEs, a lot of them are not able to transition to gas because of the costs. And so a lot of people ask the questions, why are we still denominated in USD when we are an OPEC country, we are not an OECD country, and a whole lot of indices we are looking at. But you know, equipment, most of the OEMs are outside Africa, and a lot of the technologies are imported. So if we begin to look at our own local market, just last night I was talking with a Nigerian company that does PRMS, and they've been doing PRMS for ages, you know, and who says we can't do this? So funds like the Nigeria Content Intervention Fund, because basically you see that NDGIF does a whole lot more of equity. I mean, it's not really a big deal where you get your equipment from, but we need to begin to look inward, you know, and a good PPP approach will do justice to that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Mr. Debutu.
Thank you. There's a housing deficit in Nigeria. I'm told you need to build 700,000 homes a year to catch up. If the federal government there's an initiative to build houses and to make up that deficit, I don't know, they've done some numbers, 5,000, 10,000, maybe 100,000 a year currently. If the federal government says, and I just want to give you a practical solution, federal government says each one of those homes must have and I love propane, must have a propane tank to cook in it. And I will give that to whoever buys that house, free of charge, subsidized, and turn around and place an order for 100,000 propane tanks, 12 kg, 20 kgs. I don't need the money. They don't need to give me cash. They just need to give me a firm order from the federal government of Nigeria. I'm sure you all know what's going to happen. To one person or to two persons or to three persons. That means 3 automated lines making propane tanks, retail booms. Once there's demand, the supply will come. Everybody who has propane is going to get it out into the market because there's 700,000 homes every year joining the retail market. For me, that's the partnership that should happen. The federal government should create the big orders because they can, and we'll jump on it. And that triggers everything from the infrastructure to the filling stations, to the refilling stations, to the flared gas. Everything will come based on that demand. That's what I would do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my panel. I mean, we've talked here about making sure that data is available so that we can make informed decisions. We've talked about access to loans. We've talked about, NNPC taking the lead. I know that NNPC as of today has over 16 CNG stations, daughter stations across Lagos, Ogun State, and Abeokuta. So I'm sure, they are members, that's what I know. So, yeah, we've seen intervention from their end, and we hope for more. We've also talked about NCDMB, being a driver to the growth of the sector in terms of providing funds for technology. And then we've seen a practical sample of how the government can come in and make sure that demand increases and that trickles to supply. So say thank you, and we'll hand over to Mr. Sunday. Questions?
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. I said it much earlier that she was prepared for us. We could see she has not only delivered, but she has surpassed our expectations. Once again, let's put hands together for our sister. So we'll give opportunities for 2, 3 questions. Then we'll do that very fast. 1, 2, that's fine, 2. I don't know why women are not asking questions today. It's okay. Yes. My name is, I do, and my question.
My name is Adebi. My question is for Bizwall. Do you have any concrete plans for diversifying into CNG? That's my first question. The second question is, we have about 130,000 base stations. We need to get to at least 20,000 of them that are powered by propane or CNG, whichever one it is. What do we have to do? When you were introducing the company, you said you are supporting about 1,000 base stations. What does government need to do? What do you need to do to move from 1,000 to 20,000 and all others that are like you to accelerate the shift from diesel to gas? Thank you.
Thank you. Second question, Aranya, okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peter. My question is not a question, like a kind of concern and clarification. Mr. Okundua talked about MDGIF giving or supporting investors in terms of funds. But this information is not quite readily available to investors. Even the information is not also 100% clear. For example, I work with Northwest Petroleum, and in process of trying to secure fund for establishing CNG data stations, the regulator made us to understand, even after applying to NGIF, that for a mobile CNG, it is not them that will provide the fund, but another organization, which is Mobile CNG or something. So I think government and the regulatory bodies and others needs to give more information on who to provide fundings or to support fundings and all. Now, the second concern is about pricing, open market pricing. I'm aware there is a different pricing for mobile CNG, for auto gas, even for power and for even trucks. And for auto gas is being subsidized. And this issue of arbitrage comes in. Can't we not have a uniform pricing? With a uniform pricing, okay, if, for example, consumers are aware that it is subsidized, in future, they will be like, this subsidy will be removed. So why should I convert my vehicle to CNG when I know that, of course, maybe in the next 2-3 years, the subsidy will be removed and the price of CNG will be almost equal to the price of PMS and white products. So let the government remove this subsidy. Subsidy is not helping us. Those are my concerns and questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Concerns, actually, there were no questions. Okay, yes, now we have a lady, yes. 2 ladies? Yeah, okay, that's, okay, 2 ladies, yes, we will lock it down.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Toyin Yusuf. I run Marketers Energy and Energy Efficiency Limited, a solar energy company. I am also the National Vice President Services for Women in Energy, Oil and Gas. So my question is for the women. So in the whole transition to cleaner fuel and CNG, what do we have in place in terms of policy or private initiatives to ensure that women are not displaced in this transition? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isabel Adioti.
Growing up in the Western world, America, let me just put it that way. I'm used to my parents saying something like, my gas bill, my this bill. And I'm wondering, when are we going to have something like that in Nigeria, whereby most of our utilities are powered by gas and, you know.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Please.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Benjamin Benedict Ekwaba. I'm a policy consultant. I want to find out from the people at the high table. CNG, LPG is new in Nigeria, as it were. The question is this: every society possibly must have gone through this. But however, Nigeria is unique in its own case, because one of the major challenges we face in Nigeria is policy somersault. There is always a cost for transition. If you want to move to clean energy, there must be somebody who will bear that responsibility. What robust system is there to carry this cost of transition? And two, again, I need to ask, in terms of also domestication, nothing is new. What we need to do is to look at what other people have done, what are the lessons that we can learn from that, how we can adapt this to our own peculiar situation. For instance, if you look at some countries that have done CNG, whatever, you have different climatic conditions. How does that affect to what we do here in terms of quality assurance? And again, as we even talk about this, we need to also think seriously. When it comes to quality assurance, I'm sorry to say this, we are very poor in the country. So how do we guarantee that the cylinders don't get bad and they don't begin to explode? Because when that situation comes, we may not be interested in CNG again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On that note, we close up the questions. Please, let's allow our discussants. A few of them are comments, which I believe they may not necessarily need any, except
So the
response.
question will have Mr. Adebutu, sorry, speak on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was a specific question towards Biswal. The gentleman's first question was about what we were doing about CNG adoption on our part. I believe our haulage trucks, close to 150, close to 200 trucks. I think one of the most efficient uses of CNG is actually on those trucks. You can actually put enough fuel into your trucks to take them away and bring them back and convert the trucks such that the primary arbitrage that is happening now, where your drivers are not necessarily using the correct amount of fuel as they should, can be eliminated. It also allows you to pay better to the drivers and actually put that money in their pockets legitimately. You also mentioned that there was 130,000 base stations in the country, and how were we going to go about converting it? Number one, I don't think there's up to 130,000. I think it's about 30,000 base stations in the country. The short answer to the conversion is you just give me the order, I'll convert everything to propane. You just give it to me and they'll be converted immediately. But again, it speaks to the point I made that if the order is given, it creates a humongous possibility downstream from volumes. I mean, the average base station uses 2 metric tons. So you think about it, it's 60,000 metric tons on a virtual pipeline. I think they said Dangote bought 4,000 trucks at 25 metric tons per truck to fuel 60 metric tons. You need what? 2,500 trucks just to haul and not to distribute. Another 2,000 bobtails to distribute. So you're as big as Dangote refinery by measure of impact on people. So it's a great idea. It can, and government can use it simply just to create jobs. You know, even if it's a zero-sum game, just to create jobs, you can do a conversion. Nobody loses, nobody gains, but you boost the economy, and that's growing GDP. So fantastic question. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Gupta.
So I would first like to answer the question of my favorite gender. As ma'am said that what is the participation of women? So I'm not an authority right now to tell what government wants to take on that initiative for making this participation more easier. But just on the fuel buddy side, in fact, in India, we are the first one who has created a forum for increasing the participation of women into the energy sector. So we introduced the concept of energy consultant, women energy consultant into the market. And now in Nigeria, we have been looking to replicate the same story. We want the source of energy. Women is the source of energy. If you look at any form of life, they are the most important source of energy. So we wanted to bring more such energy into the energy sector. So we are going to launch a Women Energy Ambassador program in Nigeria. So the key people, the key women, those who are involved into this energy sector or those who have interest to come into the energy sector, we wanted to invite them to be an energy ambassador. So that's what the initiative we want to take from our side. And we definitely want our government to take various initiatives and promotion programs to bring more and more energy, like women into this energy sector. That's what we also wanted to promote from our side. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Godwin.
I like my colleague, he's a marketer. Anyway, just to respond to Madam, women in oil and gas. Actually, I'm coming from a workshop last Friday. There's this program called Wings, Women in Nigeria Gas Sector. I was part of it, and it's an initiative from the federal government. It's trickling down from the federal government, and we are trying to get women into the LPG stream of things. And of course, I just see that it's very easy to actually include CNG into the mix. All the conversation, I mean, women in LPG, it's part of the consultants they're reaching out to. And we have members from the women in oil and gas too. You can reach out to some of your members. They were part of that workshop. So it's something the federal government is actually looking at. And I would engage my friend here to see what they bring in and to make it more robust, because we shouldn't just be talking about just LPG when there's CNG there also. So it's a very good one for my friend and for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chris, yes.
Thank you. Let me answer the question from our Americana in the house. Okay. Talking about gas bills and, when will that, so you reckon we're on a transition, and prior to this time, we've been more of an oil-driven economy. Yeah. So basically what the transition program and the decade of gas is driving at is to make Nigeria a gas-based economy, a gas-driven economy. And so we are trying to get gas to drive our industrialization. And, there's a thing about power, commercial, and industry. Having said that, there are economies, or better yet, there are regions of the world where there are more concerns about heating than it is here in the tropics. Yeah, so what are we heating our houses for when there is so much heat already? Yeah. But we could get to a point where we reticulate gas for cooking, for air conditioning, and every other thing. Yes. And that's the journey. That's the transition. That's where we're headed. And hopefully, let's say another 20 years, thereabout. We hope. We hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. So we have two more questions that haven't been answered. I'll attempt to answer it. And one is on quality and the other is on gas pricing. Amiman, we have 6 members. So that's the downstream retail. We have Double One PLC, formerly Mobile. We have Corn Oil, we have Adova, we have MRS, we have Total Energies, and we have NNPC Retail. And now, because they own infrastructure of about 3,000 stations across the country, it was initially looked upon my members to go into the CNG autogas space. And for them, they are coming from a subsidy, an environment, and you're telling them to go back to that with gas. And for them, it's ridiculous. So I am on the same sentiment with you regarding gas pricing. It needs to be clear, but what I'm made to understand is that we're in a transition period, and these, incentives, I won't say subsidy because there's no real payback on the incentives given, but some, the incentives and the encouraging people, essentially players, to come and play in this space. People that are able to give those discounted pricing, you see that their business model is centered majorly on power, not on auto gas. So they're able to play, and recovery on investment is majorly on that business model and not on auto gas. So it's easier to play and give that incentive in collaboration with the government, right? So yes, my job is to advocate that we do better on the gas pricing. So I'm of the same sentiment. And then regarding quality, Madam Isioma had mentioned that gas safety is very important, and there was a phrase she mentioned that I'm trying to remember, but essentially speaking to
just wanted to add to the safety point. I think right now the buzzword is conversion, but I think very soon we'll have a next buzzword for testing, safety, because right now we are setting up in Nigeria a lot of conversion centers. I think with this same pace, we need to have a testing centers also. So if you look at it, if I go back to India and say that we have a pollution check centers. So every 3 months, 6 months, or 9 months, or 12 months, the vehicle has to go to a pollution center to check. Same way in Nigeria, we need to have those testing centers, certification centers in each of the petrol pump, because if you go to India, you'll find these pollution check centers at each of the petrol pumps. Same way, the conversion center will become a testing centers, and these petrol pumps will also become a testing center for these kits or the cylinders which we are installing right now, because they need regular checks, they need regular control. That is what the safety is all about. So I think this transition will also happen very soon, because I understand right now the phase is going for conversion. Everybody's only talking about conversion. Nobody's talking on that front right now. But I think that time will also come very soon for looking into that aspect of this business also. Yeah.
So I remember she mentioned that gas is safe as long as we do what is required and what is right and complying to the standard. I know SON has done a lot of work on review of the standards with CNG autogas. So there's about 28. I was able to get maybe 5 or 10 of the standards. You can contact me and I will share, just so that you have that information. I know NADDC is focused on making sure that the centers converting are accredited, and that's a form of making sure that there's quality products being put in place. And the next, onus is on you. Nigerians, we like to cut corners, and it's important that we do what is right. That's just all. Safety is in your hands. So it's important that we prioritize that and not trying to find the cheapest form of products. But yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Sister Ms. Adelanke Dayo Adepoju, for moderating this session. I must confess, I love the way you pronounce your name that time, Adelanke, just for us to know that she is a princess. Thank you so much for doing us a good job. All right. So we like Mr. President, but just before Mr. President comes up to give us a present, I'm told that we have this car Peugeot obstructing someone who wants to move. If it's your car, just move the car away and hand over the key to me later. LSD 162HK. I'm told it's if you are the one, please go move. Someone needs to move. You're obstructing LSD 162HK. Peugeot, let's repark. All right, Mr. President, sir. We'd like you to do us the honor of making the presentation to this powerful discussant that have delivered beyond our expectation. They are last on the road, but not the last in terms of delivery and performance. Once again, let's put hands together for them, please. Thank you so much. Nagi Gaput. Yes, you're on. Niraj. Thank you so much, Niraj. Adela Ankedayo Adepoju. Let's put hands together for her, please. Adebisi Adebutu. Let's put hands together for Mr. Adebisi. Sir. Thank you so much. Next, Mr. Babajide Oguntimeyin. Yes, the representative of Ritu. Is it Ritu? Let's put hands together for him, please. So let's move forward with our plaques to take a group photograph with the president. No. Yeah, that's fine. No, be in the middle, be in the middle. Yes. So after this, we have the chairperson of the group. Hadi, please join us for the photograph. My president is blessed. Thank you so much. On that note, we'd like to appreciate you once again for doing us a good job. Thank you, Adilanke. You did beautifully well. Thank you. As I mentioned to us before now, that we will have a good time for networking. We will do so. But just before that networking session, we'll have a vote of thanks from the Deputy Chair of the SCCI LPG and Downstream Natural Gas Group. Please put your hands together for Mr. Chukwuemeka Yeme. Put your hands together for him, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everyone. I would like to thank everybody in the room. Like to thank, first of all, we'd like to thank God, give thanks to God for a successful event. We'd like to thank our chairperson, who has been the heart and soul of this event. Please, I would like to appreciate her with a round of applause, please. This is our first event of our new tenure, first of many by God's grace. We look forward to having a closer knit LPG and downstream gas group under our chairperson's leadership. We look forward to networking and engaging with our members and establishing new businesses, new projects, new infrastructure. And we hope and we target that by this time next year, we'll be talking about success cases and success stories of CNG infrastructure, gas infrastructure that was established during this forum. So without further ado, I know everybody's hungry. I am. It's been a long day. So next, I think, will be the lunch, hopefully. And we'll get to, please network as much as possible. Even if you're not exactly participating in the gas industry, you can always come in. So there are a lot of professionals in the room. Let's meet, let's talk, let's collaborate and come together to bring the CNG industry forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'd like to close with the national anthem as we started with it. Please, as a mark of honor for our country, let's be upstanding for a close of this event with the national anthem. Let us be upstanding for a close of this event with the national anthem. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do have a good day.